The Senate will come to order. For those in the gallery, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by the Most Reverend Joe S. Vasquez, Catholic Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, as we gather in service to our state, we give you thanks for the gift of life and for the opportunity to serve you and one another. We pray for all the members of the legislature, for judges, elected civil officials, and all others who are entrusted to guard our political welfare. We give you thanks for their service and dedication. Fill them with your wisdom and charity as they discharge their duties. We pray for the humility to listen to you and one another, seeking to hear and not just be heard, to act boldly in the pursuit of justice and integrity, and to promote and protect the fullness of human dignity. May your Holy Spirit stir us to a more generous and dedicated service towards the common good of our community. We pray to you, who are Lord and God, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Father Vasquez. You may be seated in the gallery. The following message from the governor. The secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 89th Legislature regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments: to be members of the State Soil and Water Conservation Board, Christine Tina Itura Buford Harlingen, James H. Clement III, Kingsville. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Mr. Doorkeeper, admit the messenger.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures: HCR 65 Dean in memory of Tracy Lee Vincent of Longview, HCR 19 Visute in memory of Honorable Terrell Lynn Roberts of Angleton.
Members, if we could have your attention, we have a very important resolution. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 350 by Betancourt, honoring the Most Reverend Joe S. Vasquez for his service as pastor of the day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we want to thank Joe Vasquez, an Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston, for serving as pastor of the day installed as an auxiliary bishop in 2002, Archbishop Vasquez served the Archdiocese of Galveston-Houston as the Vicar General Chancellor, overseeing the administrative operations of the Archdiocese, which at the time was Bishop Fiorenza's purview. And if everyone knew that we all worked for Bishop Fiorenza at that time, especially a young Aggie Catholic repentant tax assessor collector, as well as Bishop Vasquez and I think his classmate Troy Gately as well. It's the largest in the state and 11th largest in the country, where he also held the roles of moderator, curia, secretariat, director of administration, episcopal vicar for Hispanics, and in 2010 he became the 5th bishop of the Diocese of Austin. And after 15 years of dedicated service, he was installed as the 9th Archbishop of Galveston-Houston on March 25th. Of course, 2025. Also, today is Texas Catholic Advocacy Day, okay? And all those blue shirts up there are Texas lay Catholics who brought 4,000 of the followers today to the Capitol to advocate for social, moral issues affecting life and dignity of the human person. It's already, Archbishop already helped me get one bishop, should I say, backed bill out of Chair Flores' committee in criminal justice today, but you don't need a lot of urging because Chair Flores is always on top of all the good bills. And more importantly, there are 9.5 million Catholics in Texas. Today, these advocates bring the voice of the Catholic Church to the public square. We welcome all those in the gallery and on the floor, including Archbishop Vasquez. There's the ever-present Bishop Olson from Diocese of Fort Worth. Okay. Bishop Michael Siss from the Diocese of San Angelo, and Bishop Greg Kelly of the Diocese of Taylor. And I know Bishop Daniel Flores from the Diocese of Brownsville too, okay? I always have to get the small guy hiding in the back. Those are the real bishops that you need to know. And with that, let's congratulate Archbishop Joe S. Vasquez to his appointment as Archbishop of the Galveston-Houston Archdiocese, and welcome all the members on Texas Catholic Advocacy Day. And with that, Mr. President, move adoption of Senate Resolution 350, but I'm sure we'll have other members to speak.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Mr. Hinojosa of Hidalgo, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Bencourt, for this resolution 350, honoring our bishops. But I do have to say a few comments about Bishop Flores from the Rio Grande Valley, who's been very active. His roots are long and deep up in Zapata County, and very well known, respected on both sides of the border. For me, thank you all for the work you do, our faith, keeping our families together, and always true to our God. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Bettencourt to close on the resolution.
Well, thank you, members. And on behalf of the other Catholic senators here and the other non-Catholic senators here, Bishop Flores, we can just get one more convert out of Senator Hinojosa, don't you think? Just one more, okay? But more importantly, in honor of all 4,000 lay Catholics here on Texas Catholic Advocacy Day, I move adoption of Senate Resolution 350.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. Resolution's adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 338 by Colhorst, recognizing Victoria College on the occasion of its centennial anniversary.
Chair recognizes Senator Colhorst on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor today to stand up and to celebrate for Senate Resolution 338, recognizing 100 years of educating in the Crossroads region, our Victoria College. It has made such an impact on thousands of lives, changing the projection of students of all ages in their first century. It serves over 7,000 students annually. And here's a statistic, Mr. President, as Chair of Education, K through 16. Average age for students pursuing a traditional degree at Victoria College is 26. It's 40 for those pursuing a workforce degree and continuing education credit. They have conferred over 30,000 degrees, certificates, and awards in the last 100 years. Starting at the People's National Bank in Victoria by a vote of Victoria ISD Board of Trustees, Victoria Junior College at the time was created to be an extension of the local high school. Classes began in the fall of 1925 with 51 students on the third floor of the high school. In only 2 years, rapid growth necessitated the need to build a new building and included 10 classrooms, a gymnasium, auditorium, study hall, science rooms, and the president's office. Today, the campus of Victoria College now boasts of 16 buildings on 60 acres and includes a nursing school, a center for performing arts, an industrial training center, an emerging technology complex, and they're currently constructing a student success center. Last fall, I visited there and I spent the entire day there, and it was really transformational for me to pop in and out of classes and to see the various students from older, like we say, an average age of 40, to the younger, to get to see as Chair of Health and Human Services the great work that we are doing with our sciences and in producing all different kinds of degrees that go into the workforce for health and human services. So I want to also say that, Mr. President and members, one of the most impressive things about Victoria College coming out of the pandemic and watching the dip in enrollment that we saw across our state, they have recovered and year over year have seen a 12% increase. And so it's very impressive. Today, joining us in the gallery is our president of Victoria College, Dr. Jennifer Kent, Cindy Buckholz, Executive Vice President and Chief Academic Officer, Keith Blundell, Vice President of Administrative Services, Amy Monday, Executive Director of College Advancement and VC Foundation, Victoria College Foundation, Elaine Everett Hensley, Director of Student Life, most importantly, one of our elected trustees, Kay McKinney. Good to see you again, Kay. Thank you for making the trip from Victoria, one of the first people I met in Victoria and been a long fan of hers through the years. We also have Victoria College Foundation Board President V. Strauss. And I want to say a number of students that have also traveled with them. Would y'all all help me give a warm welcome to Victoria College in celebration of 100 years serving the Crossroads region, and here's to another 100 years moving forward. God bless you all. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you in the years to come.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. Resolution's adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Blanco for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we are joined today by a group of Navy Chief Petty Officers, and I'd like to ask them all to stand in the gallery. These are all Chief Petty Officers from across Texas in honor of the 132 years of the Chief Petty Officer rank in the U.S. Navy. Now, it's also a rank in the Coast Guard, but we don't have any puddle jumpers here today, so we're going to just talk about the U.S. Navy Chief. And to our chiefs, just for reference, we've got several members on this body who have served in the military from the Army, 2 of us from the Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps. But the Chief Petty Officer rank was established on April 1st, 1893, after the recommendation from the Navy's first Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral William S. Benson. It was recognized, created to recognize a senior enlisted leader who would serve as the vital bridge between the enlisted sailors and the commissioned officers. This was the Navy's way of formalizing the leadership role of the enlisted force, empowering them to take on more responsibilities and roles within the Navy. To be a Chief Petty Officer is the embodiment of integrity. It means that they're strong and they are unmatched leadership in the U.S. Navy. Since 1893, the chiefs have been at the core of the Navy, building a legacy not just through the years of service, but through a legacy of countless lives that they've impacted and the missions that they've led to success. As a former petty officer in the Navy, for those of you who are not familiar with the rank of a petty officer, it's the equivalent to a sergeant in the Army or in the Marine Corps, a second-class petty officer. And I know firsthand the dedication, the commitment it takes to serve under the leadership of a Chief Petty Officer. They started their careers, as we in the military affectionately say in the military, as the rank of E-nothing. And to serve as a senior enlisted man or woman who we junior enlisted members looked up to and learned from. These are senior enlisted men and women that have we have relied upon for expertise, for effective execution of the mission, and to accomplish those difficult missions. They were the leaders that we went to. These senior enlisted men and women are really the glue that binds the military chain of command. In our office, we always talk about the chain of command, and it's important because it creates that flow of communication. But these senior men and women are the ones that make our military the most powerful Navy in the world. So to the Chief Petty Officers here today and the many that came before you, we thank you for your service, and we welcome you to the Texas Senate. And remember, go Navy, beat Army. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hagenbu on the recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my shipmate, Senator Blanco, for this recognition today. I just found out about it. I had to stand up and say something. Naval Academy graduate, served 13 years active duty as a civil engineer corps officer, worked with the Seabees, and I ran across a lot of Chief Petty Officers. There's no one I have higher regard for. You're right, the most powerful Navy in the world couldn't run without Chief Petty Officers. Appreciate you very much. I remember I was just out of the Naval Academy, newly minted ensign in Okinawa, Japan, and my lieutenant, who ran the Alpha Company, had to go back home. So they promoted me temporarily, at least, to Alpha Company Commander, which ended up lasting. But I had 4 chiefs and a senior chief. Sat down with them and said, I know you're all old enough to be my dad, but I'm ultimately in charge. We got to work together. Those chiefs took care of me. We did an outstanding job. They thought I was a golden boy. It was all up because of the chiefs. So achieving the rank of Chief Petty Officer is extremely difficult in the Navy. Everyone looks up to him. The only question I have is, with all these chiefs here today, how is the Navy operating? I'm sure there's a lot of nervous young officers today. So anyway, thank you for your service, your dedication. Highest appreciation for you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell on the recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I was planning on being quiet but I'm not known for that when it comes to service pride and banter. I recognize, Senator Blanco, that what's really going on here is that you think I am so dangerous that you need this much reinforcement. So I have one question for you. What do you call a room full of chief petty officers and 2 senators and 1 old Army colonel? A fair fight, baby. So anytime, let me first say, if in all seriousness, thank you to the chief petty officers, just like first sergeants, platoon sergeants in the Army. They are the adult supervision of our company grade officers. So God bless each and every one of you for being here. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Senator Blanco. Hooah. Go Army, beat Navy.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized.
That note, so go Navy, beat Army. Hooah.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Nordhauser this morning. Members, I'm excited to welcome Austinite and proud Longhorn to the Texas Senate to serve our Physician of the Day. Dr. Jennifer Nordhauser is a community health champion, is committed to providing critical care for all Texans, especially those who've been denied or lack traditional care for their chronic illnesses. Her practice has taken her from the halls of the Long School of Medicine at UT Health San Antonio to rural Las Cruces, New Mexico, where she was an interdisciplinary student facilitator in music and medicine. And we all know what kind of medicine music provides us. And back home again, Dr. Nordhauser currently serves as a faculty member at the Dell Medical School, focusing on graduate medical education in palliative medicine, an interdisciplinary branch of medicine focused on pain reduction and maintaining high quality of life throughout the treatment of serious illnesses. Dr. Nordhauser also advances her practice through her work with Hospice Austin, a nonprofit committed to community care through their Christopher House inpatient facility, which provides 24-hour medical care by experienced physicians, respite and professional services by an army of over 400 dedicated volunteers, therapeutic summer programs for grieving youth, and even pet care throughout the care of loved ones who are experiencing a chronic illness. Dr. Nordhauser, thank you for sharing some of your time with us here in the Texas Senate. Please join me, members, in welcoming Dr. Jennifer Nordhauser.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to recognize the University of Texas Medical Branch's Student Day today at the Texas Capitol. If you could please stand up. We have 80 UTMB students up here with us. Let's give them a warm welcome here to their Texas Senate and their state capitol. Members, students from UTMB's 5 schools are here: the School of Medicine, School of Nursing, Health Professionals, Public and Population Health, and the Biomedical Sciences. And of course, y'all represent the best of the next generation of scientists and healthcare providers in our great state. UTMB was founded in 1891, which is our state's very first medical school. The institution is also home to Old Red, the Ashbel Smith building designed by Nicholas Clayton. This red brick and sandstone landmark, we hope, is going to become a history museum for the history of medicine right there on Galveston Island. Excited to hopefully see that into action here sometime soon. Today at UTMB, the institution has stayed true to its mission of providing high-quality patient care while offering innovative education and cutting-edge research opportunities. And joining us today, we have Dr. Susan Chubinska, the UTMB Provost, who is also a tenured professor at the Department of Orthopedic Surgery and Rehabilitation. And I would also like to point out that we have a number of UTMB graduates serving in the legislature in this building. Dr. Schwertner here with us, our colleague in the House, Dr. Greg Bonin, and of course our Land Commissioner, Dawn Buckingham. I want to welcome y'all to y'all state capitol. So thank you for all you do at UTMB to keep our state healthy. God bless you.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the 2 nomination committee action reports from our Monday, March 31st meeting has been placed on your desk. In accordance with Senate rules, these reports will be eligible for consideration tomorrow. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Members, if there's no objection, I would like to postpone the further reading and referral of bills to the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Chair lays out the following resolutions. The Secretary will read the resolutions.
Senate Resolution 43 by Blanco.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Resolutions are adopted. Members, soon we will begin our calendar for the day. Chair recognizes Senator Eckhart for recognition.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Many people say that we should have our head examined for being in this chamber, so it is my pleasure to rise today and recognize and honor the Texas Neurological Society for neurologists across our great state, working to advance the science of neurology and improve the quality of life for Texans living with neurological conditions. TNS represents more than 1,200 Texas neurologists who care for patients facing a range of conditions, including epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, stroke, dementia, Parkinson's disease, and other complex conditions that affect many of our families. These physicians are on the front lines of some of the most challenging diagnoses in medicine, and they perform that work with skill, compassion, and commitment. TNS not only promotes excellence in clinical care, but also fosters innovation, research, and professional collaboration by mentoring the next generation of neurologists, advocating for ethical standards in medical practice, and ensuring that Texans have access to the highest quality of neurological care possible. TNS is at the Capitol today to advocate on several important topics, including promoting promising new methods of treating stroke patients more quickly and supporting the vision outlined by Senator Huffman, which is overwhelmingly supported by the members of this body, the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute of Texas, or DPRIT. Members, the people of our great state are better off because of the work of Texas Neurological Society. Its members are not only clinicians, they're also researchers, educators, and policy partners who deeply care about the health and future of Texas. Please join me in thanking the Texas Neurological Society for their decades of service and help me welcome them to the Texas Senate. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 856.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 856. The Texas A&M Experiment Station is a state research agency that aims to solve our workforce and economy's growing bioscience and biotech needs through professional education. This bill amends the Labor Code to provide Texas A&M Engineering Experiment Station access to the Texas Skills Development Fund for the purposes of providing industry-specific job training to address local workforce needs that are currently unmet, including in the TES as an entity able to access this fund will provide an opportunity for this program to expand to meet the growing demands of STEM industries and advance the economic development of the state. I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 856. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 856. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 856 relating the use of the Skills Development Fund by certain entities.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Flores moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 856. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 856 relating to the use of the Skills Development Fund by certain entities.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage of Senate Bill 856.
Senator Flores moves final passage of Senate Bill 856. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations,
Thank you, members.
Senator Flores. Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 371.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider SB 371. Last session, SB 163, which moved sex ed from opt-out to opt-in with no expiration date, did pass the Senate, but died in the House. SB 371 this session makes just the parental opt-in permanent. With that, I move suspension.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 371. Is there objection? There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock.
There being 24 ayes and 7 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 371. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 371 relating to parental approval for students' participation in human sexuality instruction in public schools.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
Move to passage to engrossment.
Senator Campbell moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock.
There being 24 ayes and 7 nays, the bill's passed to engrossment. Senator Campbell will hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 621.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move at this time to suspend the regular order of business on, in order to take up and consider Senate Bill 621. In the summer of 2024, a feasibility study was commissioned on opening a city-owned bank. City-owned bank or public bank is a banking entity funded through tax dollars. In November of 2024, the feasibility study determined that startup costs would likely run between $30 and $50 million to create this entity, and might likely increase the city's banking costs. When the government owns a city bank, financial decisions are taken out of the hands of the market and put in the hands of bureaucracy. Lending becomes more of a question of politics rather than business. Private sector banks fail on a regular basis. It's hard to make the case that this doesn't put constituents' dollars at higher risk. Members, Senate Bill 621 would prohibit any political subdivision from establishing, opening, or operating an entity organized for the purpose of banking. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 621. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Boo, Hall, Hancock,
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 621. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 621 relating to a prohibition on the establishment, operation, or ownership of a public bank by a political subdivision.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Boo, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Boo, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 621. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 621 relating to a prohibition on the establishment, operation, or ownership of a public bank by a political subdivision.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 621.
Senator Sparks moves final passage of Senate Bill 621. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Boo, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa.
There being 26 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the state's regular order of business, take up consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497. Members, this pertains to skimmers, which are devices manufactured for the sole purpose of stealing payment card information from fuel pumps, ATMs, and point-of-sale terminals. However, there's current ambiguity in statute in preventing law enforcement from acting swiftly to search for these devices for victims. The current law requires a search warrant for a cellular, telephone, or other wireless communication device. However, wireless communication device is not defined. The lack of a clear definition creates a gray area. This bill would simply clarify that a wireless communication does not include skimmers or devices manufactured for the purpose of illicitly obtaining payment card information. This bill removes and makes it real clear and streamlines the process. With that, I move suspension of the regular order of business of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1487.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1497 relating to the search of certain wireless communications devices by a peace officer.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497.
Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill's passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're recognized on a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Boo.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1497 relating to the search of certain wireless communications devices by a peace officer.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1497. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Buhol.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Brennan Barrett, we've got Warner's SBA too.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1207.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we want to create a culture of adoption in Texas. SB 1207 helps address this issue by adding adoption-related information to the Parenting and Paternity Awareness Program that school districts are already required to use in their high school health curriculum. And with that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1207. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1207. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1207 relating to instruction on adoption in the Parenting and Paternity Awareness Program in public schools.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator King moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Buhol.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1207. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1207 relating to instruction on adoption in the Parenting and Paternity Awareness Program in public schools.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage of Senate Bill 1207. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Buhol.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator King. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1330.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1330 at this time. The bill will close a loophole in federal Medicare law that allows for some abusive durable medical equipment suppliers to charge an unlimited amount for the supplies they provide to Medicare beneficiaries. The legislation creates a mechanism to prevent unreasonable overcharges for durable medical equipment by prohibiting a non-participating supplier from charging an enrollee more than 115% of the Medicare approval amount for durable medical equipment. The bill will curb artificial premium inflation that comes from excess charges. That I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1330. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1330. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1330 relating to billing and reimbursement for certain medical equipment, devices, and supplies provided to Medicare enrollees.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hancock moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Buhol.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1330. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute, Senate Bill 1330, relating to billing and reimbursement for certain medical equipment, devices, and supplies provided to Medicare enrollees.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Hancock moves final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1330. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Higginbotham, Hall.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 251.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 251. Members, courts across the state have been overwhelmed with cases, and the slower response to cases creates injustice in the criminal justice system. Enshrined in the Constitution is the right to a fair and speedy trial, and the courts in Bell County need help in fulfilling this constitutional promise. Senate Bill 251 aims to establish criminal law magistrates in Bell County to assist in handling the county's criminal caseload more efficiently. The bill is designed to address the increasing criminal caseload in Bell County by establishing criminal law magistrates. This aims to enhance the efficiency of the judicial process by providing additional judicial resources to handle routine and preliminary matters in criminal cases. The Commissioner's Court of Bell County will be granted the authority to appoint magistrates to serve the courts, and they will be able to use their authority to give preference to cases involving individuals held in county jail. I want to thank Judge Blackburn for his work on this bill and his leadership in Bell County, and I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 251. Is there objection? Senator Schwartner, for what purpose? Senator Flores has moved suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 251. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 251. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 251 relating the creation of criminal law magistrates for Bell County.
The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Huffman.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment adds a simple requirement that a magistrate under this bill must have been licensed to practice law in Texas for at least 2 years. This qualification requirement was recommended by the Texas Judicial Council and aligns with the provisions in Senate Bill 664, which I have that passed out of criminal justice today, and I believe that this amendment is acceptable to the chairman, Senator Flores.
Senator Flores, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Huffman, for this amendment, and I appreciate your work and thoughtfulness in this to make the criminal justice system in Bell County even better. The amendment is acceptable to the author.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted.
Thank you, members.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Flores moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Higginbotham Hall.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 251. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 251 relating the creation of criminal law magistrates for Bell County.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Flores moves final passage of Senate Bill 251. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Higginbotham Hall.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I thank you, and Bell County thanks you.
Dean Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1535.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1535 relating to the establishment by the Texas Workforce Commission of an advanced nuclear energy workforce development program. Generally, members, this bill would direct the commission to create a strategic plan to address workforce shortages in the advanced nuclear energy industry, to develop curriculum requirements for high-wage jobs in the advanced industry, to submit an annual report to relevant legislative committees, and to provide legislative recommendations. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Dean Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1535. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Who's doing that? Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1535. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1535 relating to the establishment by the Texas Workforce Commission of an advanced nuclear energy workforce development program.
Dean Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Dean Zaffarini moves passage to engrossment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Dean Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute for Senate Bill 1535. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1535 relating to the establishment by the Texas Workforce Commission of an advanced nuclear energy workforce development program.
Dean Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Dean Zaffarini moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1535. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 503.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 503 is electronic registry of livestock brands. Currently, Texas livestock producers must visit their county clerk's office to register brands using a paper-based system which is outdated and inefficient. Senate Bill 503 improves law enforcement capacities by providing secure database to verify livestock ownership, reducing response times for lost and stolen animals. With that, if there's no question, I move to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 503.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 503. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 503. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 503 relating to the establishment of an electronic registry of livestock marks and brands.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Perry moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 503. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 503 relating to the establishment of an electronic registry of livestock marks and brands.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move Senate Bill 503 final passage.
Senator Perry moves final passage of Senate Bill 503. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1021.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, at this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1021. Members, stalking is a serious offense that can escalate into more violent behaviors and have long-lasting psychological impacts on victims. Under current law, individuals convicted of stalking may still be eligible for community supervision, which can leave victims vulnerable to continued threats and intimidation. Senate Bill 1021 seeks to prioritize victim safety by making defendants convicted of stalking ineligible for community supervision. Additionally, the bill authorizes the Department of State Health Services to suspend, revoke, or deny emergency medical service certifications or licenses if personnel, providers, or their affiliates have stalking-related convictions or deferred adjudications. These measures prioritize victims and enhance safety within essential health care services. I move suspension.
Senator Huffman moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1021. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1021. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1021 relating to changing the eligibility for community supervision of a person convicted of stalking.
There is an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Perry.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the amendment clarifies that if a person is in prison for stalking and they contact their victim while in prison, they commit the offense of improper contact with the victim. It will ensure that inmates cannot continue to harass their stalking victims while they're in prison. I do believe the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized on the amendment.
The amendment is acceptable.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment Number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Perry, you're recognized for, Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1021 as amended.
Senator Huffman moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Huffman moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1021. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1021 relating to changing the eligibility for community supervision of a person convicted of stalking.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 1021.
Senator Huffman moves final passage of Senate Bill 1021. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 965.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 965. On June 27, 2022, the United States Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, finding in favor of a high school football coach, Joseph Kennedy, who sued Bremerton School District in Washington State because his contract was not renewed in response to Kennedy praying on the field immediately following games. The court found that the free exercise and free speech clause of the First Amendment protect an individual engaging in a personal religious observance from governmental reprisal. And the Constitution neither mandates nor permits the government to suppress such religious expression. Grounded in the Kennedy decision, Senate Bill 965 codifies the right of school employees to engage in personal religious speech or prayer while on duty. One might ask, why is this bill necessary if it is already the law of the nation? Even well-intentioned officials might run afoul of the Supreme Court's holding because they are not aware of the Kennedy decision or what it means. Putting Senate Bill 965 in the Texas law will help give greater clarity and confidence to administrators, officials, and employees on exactly what can be done in regards to religious speech while on duty. We in Texas should follow the Supreme Court's lead and protect the right of teachers to express their personally held religious beliefs. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Will Senator yield for questions?
I yield.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
I thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Barker, well, I understand the decision that came down from the United States Supreme Court. My question is very specific. In your bill, if you look page 1, line 28, it says engage in religious speech or prayer while on duty. So does that mean that a teacher in the classroom while on duty can end up praying? How do you deal with that?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. Look, what we are doing with this piece of legislation, we are codifying Kennedy, pure and simple. And we're not expanding Kennedy. We're not limiting Kennedy. We are going to stay on strong constitutional grounds, and we're not going to get out there far flung from what the Supreme Court has said. What we know, as opposed to a hypothetical, is that the Supreme Court has ruled that a teacher, while on duty, can have a personal form of religious expression during the day, during class, or in the Coach Kennedy situation, they can do that personal religious expression after a football game, so to speak, on the football field. That's what we know. And so we're staying on strong constitutional grounding as opposed to getting to any various hypothetical situations, and we're just simply codifying Kennedy today.
Many times you have the Supreme Court issue rulings just based on principle with a certain rule of law, constitutionality. But it leaves up to the states or the entities involved with that particular case to sort of work out some of the details. And we need a little bit more guidance on your bill as to what are we talking about. Does it just during free time, while on duty, get a break during a class? It is important because you know there'll be some teachers that may be overly simplified that they now can pray there before they start class or during the class in front of the students. I mean, those issues need to be clarified. We don't even give the school boards any guidance under your bill.
Senator, I appreciate the question very much. And again, we're standing on solid constitutional grounding. We're standing on the decree that came down from the Supreme Court. Just to give you some clarification as well, it's only been 3 years now since the Kennedy decision came out. From, of course, Judge Gorsuch authored the majority opinion of the court, but it's only been 3 years. And so I think what we need to do, respectfully, is to allow our body to go forward and codify Kennedy into law and allow the courts to make decisions in the future with regard to how things are utilized. But again, I think to get into hypotheticals when we're not a member of the judiciary would not be appropriate. That's my perspective, Senator.
Well, I don't think it's a hypothetical. I mean, it's for real. I know this piece of legislation, Senate Bill 965. I just think we'll at least provide the school boards to allow them to be able to set some guidelines with the parameters of the Supreme Court decision so that we make sure that this right to be able to pray on duty be confined to within the, I guess, perimeter set by the Supreme Court. Right now, it's just wide open. There's no guidance, there's no rules, nothing. And other legislation we passed here before, we allowed the school board to be able to make decisions locally. Here we're not. And to me, if a teacher wants to pray in school, that's fine. But you don't do it there in the classroom, or don't do it right before class starts. Go into a private room or go someplace,
And Senator, again, I appreciate, have the greatest respect in the world. You and I see eye to eye on most things all the time. My view of this is that we're simply codifying Kennedy, and we got to allow the court to weigh in further as time goes by. Again, it's only been 3 years since the Kennedy decision. So that's my perspective, and we need to provide clarification into statute so that people understand what took place. Again, we're just codifying. We just want folks to understand that the Kennedy decision is now the law of the land, and that's really all we're doing and putting it in Texas law.
Well, one more point, Senator Parker, and that is that the United States Supreme Court makes a lot of decisions that impact our schools, our cities, our civil rights. But we don't codify every decision being passed or decided by the United States Supreme Court. Otherwise, it would be endless. Every session, every year, we come in with more and more bills just trying to codify the law, which can change from one year to the next, depending on how the legislation or litigation is challenging the law in different aspects. I just think that we ought to give more guidance to our school boards how to implement the Supreme Court ruling and not leave it so wide open that it can be abused by some teachers.
Well, thank you, Senator. And again, I think in time we'll get additional guidance from the Supreme Court on the topic, but appreciate your comments very much. I just think codifying the decision into our statute is appropriate, and we're staying on strong constitutional grounding. Again, I'm not expanding from Kennedy, and I'm not contracting from it. We're just going to stay firm on constitutional grounding and codification.
I just think we need some guidance. But thank you, Senator Parker, for answering my question.
Thank you, Senator, as always. Thank you.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, please.
Will the author yield for questions?
I yield.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. I have some similar questions. The bill, does this bill, based on the way I read it, applies to every religion. Is that correct?
Look, religious expression, personal religious expression, Senator, applies to anyone of any faith. That's exactly right.
Okay, I'm really glad to hear that.
That's the fundamental tenet of religious freedom, 100%.
So, just to get clarification, obviously we all know the different faiths that are out there: Christianity, Muslim, Jewish. What about some faith? Would the school district have the capacity to limit someone who came in and said, well, I practice Satanism? Would the school district be able to limit that? Because there is that out there.
Senator, my perspective is, again, religious freedom is religious freedom. And so I'm going to stick to that. And I think that's well-established constitutional law here in this country. And it will continue to be. And clearly, the High Court, in my mind, in the Kennedy decision, is supporting personal religious expression, period, and not determining whether or not someone is of one particular faith or another.
Okay. So your bill also states that the right of an employee to engage in religious speech or prayer while on duty. So the question that I have is, what is considered to be religious speech? Do we have examples? Can a teacher give a speech based on their faith if they see two children of the same sex walk in holding hands or something? Can they say, you're going to go to hell because you're not supposed to be, same-sex couples aren't supposed to be, that's not allowed? Is that religious speech? Is that protected?
Senator, what we are doing here, let me just come back to what we're doing here at this piece of legislation. We are simply codifying the Kennedy decision, period. I am not expanding from Kennedy. I'm not contracting from Kennedy. I'm doing nothing but codifying. And so the hypothetical scenario that you just have asked, is just that. It is hypothetical. And so we need to stay on strong constitutional grounding. We're not, with all due respect, we're not the judicial body, we're the legislative body. And in my mind, we're taking the law of the land, which is the Kennedy decision, now just for 3 years. I think it's important as well, Senator, when you think through this too, to realize, as I share with Senator Hinojosa, it's only been 3 years since the Kennedy decision. And as a result of that, I mean, we are very early in the life cycle, so to speak, of how future courts, future Supreme Courts will interpret this matter. And the right thing for Texas to do is to stay on firm constitutional ground, codify, and do nothing more. And that's what we're doing here today.
Senator Parker, I appreciate your motives and your motivation and the background behind the bill. I guess the concerns that I share with Senator Hinojosa is how it goes into practice every day out in the thousands of classrooms across the state. And, obviously we come here every other year for 140 days and we go, and then people try to interpret the laws that we pass and figure out my concern is the bill says on duty. So it says here, the second part says they can pray while they're on duty. And you are a well-traveled gentleman. You understand that many faiths have different requirements for their prayer. The Muslim faith requires that people pray 5 times a day. In the Jewish faith, people pray 3 times a day. The Eastern Christian faith, they pray 5 times a day as well. So there are different faiths that have different requirements for prayer. Sure. So are you concerned at all that if they have the right to pray while they're on duty, that it will eat into the instructional time, which right now are limited to 45 minutes of instructional time periods? That's a concern that I have.
Senator, I'm not concerned about that. Again, this is a personal religious expression, a personal religious expression. So for that teacher to be praying there themselves or what have you is what the court decision is all about, what Kennedy's about. I don't want to expand beyond that. Like I said, I want to stay in strong constitutional grounding. And I don't think that your concern is going to be one of any merit, to be candid, going forward. And let me say this, Senator. Look, if there are issues that we find that develop years down the road, well, look, we always try to work together on all kinds of policy, and we'll come back and have a conversation about it. But at this time, given the fact that the Kennedy decision, as I said earlier, is just 3 years old since Judge Gorsuch authored the majority opinion, I think it is appropriate for us to codify so that in our statutes, so that the people of Texas know what we've done and have greater awareness. It's already the law of the land. We're just trying to make certain that more people have greater clarification as to what's taken place at the Supreme Court level.
So based on your testimony, your answer, teachers would be permitted to pray in front of their students anytime they want. That's what I understand.
Well, I'm saying, looking at what Kennedy has said, we know that they can pray themselves there in the classroom. They can pray. And so just like Coach Kennedy could pray over his football players on the football field. So we know that a teacher can pray, yes. But beyond that, again, I want to stay on strong constitutional grounding. I'm not going to go and expand from Kennedy. I'm not going to contract from Kennedy. We're going to stay right there where it is, here in the middle.
So the bill, because you're saying we're going to write into state law, the school districts can't interfere with the teacher's right to pray. We're basically saying the state has said you can pray whenever you want in the classroom. Is that what you're telling us?
My perspective, again, I'm not going to speak for a judicial body, but we're going to stay focused here on the Kennedy decision. Okay. I don't want to get outside of that, Senator.
All right.
That'll be beyond your pay grade and mine.
And so our public schools are funded by both the state and the federal government currently, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
So they are. Then they're a government-funded entity, and so you have no. Well, what you're telling us is because of the constitutional decision of Kennedy, you're not concerned about the separation of church and state in our schools.
What I'm saying is we're going to stay focused on the decision that was made from the High Court, which is the law of the land.
Yeah.
We're simply codifying it in a statute. That's all we're doing, Senator Menendez.
I appreciate your answering my questions, and thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator.
I have an amendment.
I always enjoy working with you.
I appreciate it likewise. I just have an amendment to try to help school districts and teachers and students of all faiths. We have 5.4 million kids in our schools.
We've got a lot of kids in our schools.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the author yield for questions?
I'll yield.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Trying to work on myself today and not be too aggressive here. School prayer is not allowed in school, correct?
Today, children, of course, can pray. And what we're doing here is simply, as I said several times today, we're simply taking the court opinion of the Supreme Court, which is the law of the land nationally, and we're putting it into Texas statute.
The Kennedy decision did not allow for school prayer, sir.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The Kennedy decision does not allow for school prayer. It does not.
The Kennedy decision allows someone, a teacher, while on duty, to have the ability to have a personal religious expression, and that's what we're codifying.
The fact
Again,
is,
we're not going beyond Kennedy.
The fact is, Neil Gorsuch said that those kids on that field were not captive and they weren't coerced. If it were in a classroom, it would be different. But because they were out in a field at a ball game, his decision was based on those two words, captive and coercion. He went on to specifically state that some of the kids were milling around. Did you read that in the opinion?
I've read the Gorsuch opinion.
Okay. He specifically said that the communication was not publicly broadcast or, gosh, I can't even read my own writing, or was intended to capture an audience, and students were not required or expected to participate. And I think that what I'm trying to get at is that I understand you say you just want to codify Kennedy, but Kennedy does not codify or does not equate to school prayer. Do we understand that here? Do you understand that?
Senator, again, when it comes to what we're trying to do here, I'm simply trying to stay directly tied to the constitutional opinion of the Supreme Court. I'm not trying to expand into my own thought processes. I'm not a member of the judiciary, nor are you. And so it's ultimately, we need to leave it for the courts to decide some of these matters in terms of what it looks like.
I'm asking you a question. Did Kennedy say that school prayer is allowed? Yes or no?
Kennedy is allowing a teacher, while on duty, to have a personal religious expression. That's what it's doing, Senator.
That is not what the holding of that particular case suggested. It specifically stated that teachers, while on duty in a classroom, could not pray to children because they are captive and they would be coerced. If that same teacher was out at field day outside and the kids are running around, did you ever see the Bad News Bears?
I did.
And the coach's name was
something from our childhood, the Bad News Bears, obviously.
Great show, great movie.
It was a great show.
Great movie. What was the coach's name?
Boy, I remember Walter Matthau, but I forget his name.
Buttermaker, right?
There you go.
That's Buttermaker. And he had this kid named Oglethorpe. You remember Oglethorpe?
I think so.
Oglethorpe was the catcher. He was a horrible catcher. And he would eat candy bars while playing baseball. You remember that, right?
I do remember, yeah. Memory's coming back to me.
You remember at the end of each game that the Bad News Bears played, Walter Matthau's character, Buttermaker, would bring them all in sometimes, and sometimes he was drinking a beer or whatever it was, and he would try to motivate these kids somehow, some way. And we've seen that from our memories playing ball when we were kids, correct?
Sure.
I played till I was 17 years old, I played baseball. And when I was 10, quite frankly, sometimes I'd be listening to the coach. Sometimes my friends would be buying snow cones at the snow cone stand and running around and yelling to each other one way or another. That's not a captive audience, is it?
Again, in terms of definition, one way or the other, captive or not, again, clearly, I think what you're correlating it to is what happened actually with the real Coach Kennedy. I mean, he was there, obviously, after games on a football field and praying, obviously, with his players. So, whether or not someone is going to say that they're confined in an area or not, I'm not going to go there. Again, those kind of hypotheticals, Senator. I'm just going to stick purely with codifying Kennedy. I'm not going to expand it. I'm not going to limit it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, because there's no need to go any further here. The Kennedy decision does not endorse or in any way legalize school prayer. It specifically said in this particular fact pattern where the coach is at the game after school praying to kids that weren't coerced, and some of them weren't listening. He says that in his opinion, and it wasn't broadcast publicly. He said a prayer to himself, that was not violative of the First Amendment, free speech, or Establishment Clause speech, protections. Now, that is completely factually distinguishable from schools where kids are praying. And the Kennedy decision specifically cites that this does not allow prayer in a classroom. Thank you, Senator.
Senator, appreciate very much the dialogue and the discussion and your interest on the issue, and appreciate the questions. And again, we're only 3 years after the Kennedy decision, and let's see how things unfold. But today, all we're doing is codifying Kennedy into Texas statute. Thank you, sir.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Does the author yield? Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for yielding.
Of course, Senator, of course.
Senator Parker, I know that this is a contentious topic, and I know that you already have been questioned by 2 of my esteemed colleagues. I didn't intend to rise, but because you continue to repeat that you're codifying Kennedy, I'm going to come at you from a different angle, but embedded in the Kennedy decision. You've read Kennedy, so you know that the 3 elements that the court's decision cited were that the school didn't organize the prayer, that the prayer was after the game and therefore not in the scope of the coach's official duties, and that the prayer didn't have a captive audience. So I'm going to concentrate on the portion not in the scope of the coach's official duties. Do you think that your bill is setting up a constitutional question of when a teacher, in the scope of his or her duties as an educator, may bust out a prayer? Because that's not covered by the Kennedy decision.
Senator, I appreciate the question, and I appreciate going into the detail of those 3 different elements. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but at the end of the day, it's not for us to determine. This is already the law of the land in America. It's been the law of the land after Gorsuch authored the majority opinion 3 years ago, the Kennedy decision. And so I'm not trying to expand it, Senator, and I'm not trying to go backwards with it. I'm simply trying to stay on solid constitutional footing.
But you are not on solid constitutional footing, and you are either willfully or unintentionally misreading the ruling. The court very explicitly stated that although the school employees are vital role models, not all they do and say is in the scope of their school duties. And the court went on to give 2 examples that it would not be a violation of the Constitution if a Muslim teacher was wearing a headscarf, because that was not an action that was impeding or could be construed as part of his or her school duties. But it went on to say that also a teacher who prays over her lunch is on her lunch break and therefore not praying in the scope of her duties. But your bill very explicitly says that you can pray during the scope of your school duties, which seems to fly in direct contravention to the Kennedy decision.
Respectfully, Senator, I disagree. I think we are in alignment with Kennedy. You know, you talked about different faiths a moment ago. Senator Menendez and I had this conversation earlier, that I believe in religious liberty. And we're not trying to limit one's personal expression of their personal religious belief. No matter whether or not it's the faith that I practice or that you practice or that any of us practice, religious liberty is religious liberty for everyone in this country.
I am an ardent believer in religious liberty. And I'm also an ardent believer that one should be transparent in our discussions here. It is difficult to conceive of how one could say they were codifying Kennedy when they are explicitly going the other direction from Kennedy. Kennedy explicitly says that the coach was not in violation of the U.S. Supreme Court separation of church and state because he was not acting in the scope of his official duties as a teacher. And your bill says that you can pray in the midst of your official duties as a teacher.
And Senator, respectfully, I believe I'm staying on solid constitutional ground and that we are doing nothing but codifying. I'm not expanding the Supreme Court decision, nor am I going backwards from it with regard to these rights that are given to the American people. So I think we'll agree to disagree respectfully, but I don't think that we're doing anything but codifying the current law in the United States today as of April 1st, 2025.
Repeating a statement does not make it true.
Fair enough.
And this bill is setting up a constitutional conflict between one's religious expression and their duties as an educator. When a teacher, when we come in conflict and a teacher is praying in the classroom to a captive audience during the scope of their educational responsibilities, and a school attempts to tell them to move that prayer to a time that is outside the scope of their official duties, we will have lawsuits. And your bill will have opened the door to those lawsuits. Thank you for answering my questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Senator, for the questions. Thank you for caring about the issue. And as always, you know, I enjoy and like to work together whenever we possibly can. So we just have a difference of opinion on this topic. Thank you.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 965. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock.
There being 22 ayes and 9 nays, the rules are suspended.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Hold right there, Senator Parker.
Do I have an amendment?
Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 965. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 965, relating the right of a public school employee to engage in religious speech or prayer while on duty.
The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Menendez.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, we have been hearing the debate, and look, I understand and I agree with an individual's right to express their faith, but just like we do here in the Texas Senate at the beginning of the day, Senator Gutierrez and I were talking about when we were in high school, there was one prayer said at the beginning of the morning before instructional class. I believe that individuals should use their personal time to pray and practice their religious beliefs. In fact, I agree. They should have that right to have religious freedom. What I don't want to see happen, and I think we've all been, you know, those of us who served on the Education Committee, but we've seen after COVID how hard students are trying to capture, to catch back up, how hard educators are trying to work, how limited on the number of time and the instructional hours they already are able to spend with their students. And they have to fit so much information into a 45-minute class period. So the hours that teachers do get with their students are vital to their instruction, to their learning, so they can get the best education. Members, this amendment simply will prohibit what the bill is looking to do, religious speech or prayer, from occurring during instructional time in the classroom. We have a limited amount of time while the students are there to learn, the teachers are there to teach. I believe that taking away critical instruction time can quickly add up and reduce the amount of information. Based on the debate that we had, the back and forth with Senator Parker, we heard that this bill does not discriminate against any faith. In the Muslim faith, you're required to pray 5 times a day. In the Jewish faith, you're required to pray 3 times a day. In some Eastern Christian faiths, you're required to pray 5 times a day. So my concern is that if someone says, well, the Texas just passed a law, the Senate passed a law that I can express my religion as I see fit, anytime that I want in the class, that we can have an issue that makes it hard for our schools to teach our children. And we already have a shortage of teachers. And I think that because the most important resource we have as a state and a nation are the young minds that we need and depend, and our Constitution in this state requires us to provide them an adequate education. I think we need to pass this amendment so that we don't rob them of their time so that someone can practice their religious expression. And with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 1, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
A question of the author of the amendment.
Of course. Of course I yield.
Senator Menendez, you've obviously...
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for speaking too quickly there.
Senator Menendez, you've obviously given this a lot of thought. Have you given some thought to, if your amendment does not pass, whether prayer time should come out of trig class, English class, or art class, or PE?
Well, that's my concern. You've hit on it exactly. Look, we're not trying to micromanage the teacher, the classroom, but the school district and the teacher's supposed to come up with a plan. And our chair of education, Senator Creighton, is trying to give teachers more rights, to have more time, and my concern is that this bill, I think it's motivated out of a good place where the coach wanted to pray on the field and allowed to pray. That's fine. But the concern is in the classroom, you get a teacher that says, I'm sorry, it's time for me to pray, and they were in the middle of a discussion in whatever topic you want, history, math, you name it.
Triangles?
It's going to rob the students of their instruction.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. It's an excellent amendment. I'm hopeful that we get 100% of the senators on the floor to recognize the wisdom of this amendment. Maybe even the bill's author.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Senator Parker on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Menendez, you know much I cherish our friendship and enjoy so much working with you on so many topics of public policy affecting our state. But respectfully, I need to oppose this amendment. It's out of alignment with what we're trying to accomplish, what I'm trying to accomplish with this bill, which is simply to codify the Kennedy decision. As I said several times, we're not trying to expand it. We just kind of allow the courts to ultimately weigh in time. It's only been 3 years since the decision. And so, respectfully, I will oppose the amendment.
Question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Parker moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
There being 22 ayes and 9 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. We'll hold there, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Sparks, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 472.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In 2007, the Texas legislature restricted the chief appraiser's ability to bring a counterclaim against a property owner on cases involving properties valued at $1 million or more. Senate Bill 472 eliminates the chief appraiser's right to file counterclaims entirely, ensuring that Texas taxpayers can appeal their appraisals without fear of legal retaliation. This bill will have a significant impact on property owners by restoring fairness in the appraisal appeal process and preventing appraisal districts from using legal maneuvers to intimidate taxpayers. It also reduces litigation costs for both taxpayers and local governments, streamlining the appeals process. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 472. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 472. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 472, relating to the right of the chief appraiser of the appraisal district, or the appraisal review board of the appraisal district to bring certain claims in an appeal of an order of the appraisal review board.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Sparks, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 472. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 472, relating to the right of the chief appraiser of an appraisal district, the appraisal district, or the appraisal review board of the appraisal district to bring
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 472.
Senator Sparks moves final passage of Senate Bill 472. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 207.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 207. Members, schools are currently required by statute to excuse student absences for appointments with healthcare professionals. However, school districts have not consistently interpreted this statute as requiring excused absences for appointments with mental health professionals. Senate Bill 207 simply clarifies that an appointment with a mental health professional is an appointment with a healthcare professional for the purpose of excused absences. I move to suspend.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 207. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 207. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 207 relating to excused absences from public school for certain students to attend mental health care appointments.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Paxton moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the 3-day rules. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 207. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 207 relating to excused absences from public school for certain students to attend mental health care appointments.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 207.
Senator Paxton moves final passage of Senate Bill 207. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 599.
Mr. President, members, at this time I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 599. Regulatory consistency is a buzzword we've heard with regard to many industries in this state, but we have never applied this concept to the child care industry. The need for child care in this state is not foreign to anyone on the Senate floor. Everyone has heard that the statistics in Texas lost 21% of child care providers from March 2020 through September 2021. Out of those which closed, 41% of those providers served infants and toddlers, and 79% were child care homes. Senate Bill 599 seeks to provide regulatory consistency for in-home child care operations. Simply stated, this bill prohibits local governments from overlaying any additional regulations on home-based child care providers aside from those already promulgated by state statute or by rule. Move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 599. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 599. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 599 relating to the authority of a political subdivision to regulate a licensed, registered, or listed group daycare home or family home.
Senator West, you are recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 599. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 599 relating to the authority of a political subdivision to regulate a licensed, registered, or listed group daycare home or family home.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
For final passage of Senate Bill 599.
Senator West moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 599. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 396.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 396. Members, Senate Bill 396 is a bill that, as Texas law exists today in Section 15.051, a voter registrar must send a confirmation notice to a voter if the registrar notices that the voter's registration address is a commercial post office box, which is a bill by Senator Betancourt back in 2021, or if the registrar has any reason to believe the voter's current residential address is different from the indicated records. If a voter does not reply to the response, they are added to a confirmation notice, or they don't confirm that. They are placed on a suspense list. They are marked with an S next to their name, and they are unable to cast a ballot without proving residence using a form described in Section 15.054. In order to remove the S and cast a ballot, the voter must satisfy the resident requirements prescribed in Section 63.0011 and submit a statement of residence in accordance with that section. Currently, there is no requirement to send a confirmation notice to a voter who does not vote over a period of time. In 2018, the Supreme Court of the United States in Houston versus Randolph Institute held Ohio's voter registration maintenance process that uses voters' inactivity as a reason to send a voter confirmation under the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 was valid. Senate Bill 396 simply mirrors the Ohio legislation. One question that I was asked by my co-author, Senator Betancourt, was that if this changed existing law, and I want to call attention to that, the bill does not make any changes to 15.051 of the election code. Only the new, and you see some new underlined text, simply restates current law and rearranges it in a readable, more clear, readable format. So clauses 1 and 3 are current law. Senate Bill 396 only adds clause 2. So in essence, it requires the voter registrar to send a confirmation notice to a voter, to all voters who, as of November 30th of an even number year, have not voted in the previous 25 months, and a voter who does not respond is placed on the suspension list and then removed from the suspension list after 2 more general election cycles. And so with that, Mr. President, I take questions or move suspension.
Senator Menendez, you are recognized. For what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Kolkhorst, do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kolkhorst. 3 simple questions just for clarification. What if someone's eligible to vote and registers, but they don't have a permanent residence? Examples, in San Antonio, we have a former convent that was converted into a shelter for women and families. They get up to 2 years to live there, and as they get back on their feet. And so the question that I have is, what happens then? Does the bill allow for that temporary residence to be considered their residence?
And Senator Betancourt says no, and that's not exactly this bill. Of course, Senator Betancourt had Senate Bill 1111 back in 2021 that said you couldn't have a post office. And so you had to have some kind of permanent residence. You have to have a physical address. So what you have is a physical address, and so if they registered there, then they could vote. And again, really the only requirement is that it has to be some kind of physical address, because we had a lot of people who were using post office boxes. And so what this bill does is it doesn't really go into that part of the code, which I can look up in all these papers, but what it says is it's about a suspension. So if you have not voted in a presidential election, right, and you didn't vote in the gubernatorial election, then you will be sent a notice. And what that notice says is, hey, are you still at this address? So for someone that is maybe in transit, maybe they don't stay beyond those 2 years, then they wouldn't respond, but they could respond and say, I am here, I'm changing my address. Right. And so what this really looks at is people that have moved out of state. I think Senator Paxton has a great example of her son. that is an example. He's been out of state. They keep sending him voter registration cards, even though they've tried to get that changed. So what this does is it gives the registrar a chance to say, wow, they haven't voted in the last a presidential election plus a general election. And you could even satisfy it with a May election. You're still active at that point.
So let's say you get thank you for answering my question. You get the notice, the confirmation notice. How long do you have time, how much time do you have to respond to it? I'm not sure it's addressed in the bill.
Actually, you're put on the suspense list when you don't respond, but here's how you satisfy that. You show up at the next election with, and I can describe in current law what we have. You show up, if you're on the suspense list, and you show up and you prove and in Section 15.054, documentation of residence for purpose of confirmation notice response, it gives you, it very clearly says a driver's license, it says a personal identification card, a license to carry a concealed weapon, an appraisal district document showing a utility bill, an official tax document, a voter whose residence is in the state, has no address, may document residence under this section by executing an affidavit stating the voter's residence is in this state. All you have to do is show up with that and you're off the suspense list. And that's current law.
Once you're off the suspense, it's as if you're still registered at that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Mr. President.
You bet.
Senator Paxton, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
Senator Kolkhorst, do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Senator Kolkhorst. We have talked about this a number of times, but you mentioned the situation with my son. So my son graduated from college in Texas in 2015, took a job out of state where he still lives. That was 10 years ago. When I went home this past weekend to McKinney and I checked my mail, look what I found. Postmarked March the 5th, he got a new voter registration card at my house where he has not lived for 10 years. He has an out-of-state driver's license in his home state. He's registered to vote there. So how will this bill help fix this situation?
It will. If he has not voted in the last 25 months, let's just say it passes. In Texas. Let's just say, I'll use how this bill will be implemented. In 2026, in November 30th, 2026, it will look back over the last 25 months, and it will show that he has not voted. What they will do is then put him on a suspense list. They will not mail out necessarily that registration card, which will save taxpayers dollars by not mailing this out. How long has your son been out of state?
10 years, since 2015.
And he hasn't voted since 2015, I'm guessing.
Not in Texas. He's been voting in another state.
It's a perfect example of what this bill is trying to accomplish, because in current statute, if you really look at it, the registrar has to say, I suspect that maybe they've moved, but there's really no trigger. The only trigger really there is Senate Bill 1111 on a post office box. Now, they have some leeway here that they could say, let's see if they've moved. But what this does is it actually just states, if they haven't voted in the last 25 months, we're going to send a notice, or we're going to put them on the suspense list. And then if they show up, all they have to, your son actually, all he would have to do is Senator Menendez and I exchanged in Section 15.054, the documentation of residence for purposes of confirmation notice response. And so, in essence, this is a way to clear up our voter rolls.
Well, and I think it's important, too, and this is not what's happened with my son, but what happens with an individual who lives out of state, they vote out of state, and then they come back here. I mean, I don't see what there is to keep my son from voting in an election here. That creates, so this is important on a number of levels.
It certainly is, and I know that this is, I passed this bill last session, and hopefully it'll go over to the House and it'll receive a hearing and be discussed there as well. But you brought this up last session as well. And even since then, as of March, he got a...
That's right, just barely a month ago.
Voter registration card.
You know, my mom also lived with us in her final years, and so her home address, her voting address, was our house. When she passed away in 2014, we still received a voter card for her as well for a couple of cycles, but that has not continued. And so, you know, something that's right is happening when folks are deceased, that they're being removed from the rolls, at least in this case.
Sure.
But certainly, people move in and out of Texas and in and out of every state, you know, all the time. We know we have a lot more people moving in than out, which is a great thing about Texas. But we need to handle this very common situation in a common sense way, and I think that's what this bill does. Thank you.
And really, you know, being on the suspense list, they will be on the suspense list for another 2 cycles after that. So it's really almost more than 50 months. That they won't be removed. It'll just be on a suspense list. You show up to vote, there it is. And then so there's safeguards there is what I'm trying to say.
Well, and even if a person didn't vote during that time, this bill doesn't do anything to say you can never vote again. You would just have to re-register to vote.
Correct. And goes all the way back, you know, it's been cleared through the Supreme Court of the United States in the Ohio case. And of course, that goes all the way back to 1993. So hopefully the voter rolls can be more accurate is what we're looking to do, but to make sure that no one is dropped off. That's why we have such a long lead time on this.
That we just want the voter rolls to reflect the reality. And I think that's all anybody would want, right? So thank you, Senator Kolkhorst. I appreciate it.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Senator Kolkhorst, do you yield?
I do.
Senator Kolkhorst, didn't the state of Texas used to be a subscriber to the Electronic Registration Information Center that actually affirmed when a person was registered in another state?
I assume they did. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact accurate answer to that.
And didn't this body vote to remove ourselves from the Electronic Registration Information Center?
You probably know more about that, but I think we did. Is that right? What bill was that?
Yes, we did vote to remove ourselves from the Electronic Registration Information Center that confirmed when people who had been registered in the state of Texas had later registered in another state.
I take your word for that. Yes, that's why 396 is a good bill.
Wouldn't it be useful if we had confirmation that an individual was actually registered in another state, rather than simply purging them on the presumption that they were registered someplace else?
And let me say 396 just doesn't purge them. It puts them on a suspense list over a period of time.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
So Senator Kolkhorst moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 396. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 396. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 396 relating to confirmation of a voter's residence by a voter registrar.
There's an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Kolkhorst.
Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Secretary of State's Election Division approached my office in regards to the contingency rider for Senate Bill 396. They wanted to see language that would make it clear that they would be able to disperse funds if, and only if, to Senator Huffman, Chair Huffman, an appropriation was made to counties across our state. The language of the amendment is a belts and suspenders to ensure that the Secretary of State can use funds if they are appropriated to help defray the cost of the initial confirmation notices that must be mailed. This amendment does not appropriate money. It only clarifies that if the legislature appropriates money, the Secretary of State can provide grants to counties like they are currently authorized to do so on other voter registration activities and election administrations, so it is not an unfunded mandate.
So the questions on floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Senate Bill 396 to engrossment.
Senator Kolkhorst moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 108.
I thank you, Mr. President and members. As we all know, elections are political, but the process should not be. Chapter 32 of the Election Code provides for the appointment of a presiding election judge and an alternate presiding judge for each election precinct. In past elections, some counties allowed for the presiding judge of a polling location to be the sole appointer of election clerks, creating an unbalanced system where fraud could take place. Every part of an election should be conducted fairly, so all voters can have confidence in the integrity of the results. In some counties, the presiding judge would assign his or her alternate to patrol the parking lot, restricting the alternate judge's ability to observe actions taken to sign voters in and preclude the alternate judge from overseeing the distribution and screening of ballots. SB 108 would ensure the sharing of political powers by creating a procedure where both the judge and the alternate judge may appoint clerks. It would also allow an alternate presiding judge to freely occupy or observe the area where voters are being accepted for voting. And it would allow an alternate presiding judge as well as the presiding judge to appoint an equal number of clerks to the extent possible given the total number of clerks to be appointed. Members, SB 108 would ensure the sharing of political power by creating a procedure where both the judge and the alternate judge may appoint clerks. We heard in the committee testimony that this procedure could be effective if it were extended to include the selection of workers for the central counting location also. So I have an amendment that would amend section 127.006A to provide that clerks that serve at the central counting location will be appointed in the same manner as appointment of precinct election clerks.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 108. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 108. The secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 108 relating to the appointment of election clerks.
The following amendment, secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hall.
Senator Hall, you're recognized. Floor amendment number 1.
Members, as I just mentioned, this amendment simply amends section 127.006A to provide that clerks that serve at the central counting location will be appointed in the same manner as appointment of precinct election clerks.
Members, the question is on adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Senator Hall, you are recognized for a motion.
Move to engrossment.
Senator Hall moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hall, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 108. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 108 relating to the appointment of election clerks.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of Senate Bill 108.
Senator Hall moves final passage of Senate Bill 108. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Birdwell, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on SJR 37.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this joint resolution is an exact refile of my bill from last session, SJR 35, which passed this chamber 29-1. In 1996, the United States Congress passed the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act that made it unlawful for non-citizens to vote in federal elections, including president, vice president, presidential elector, members of the Senate, members of the House of Representatives. Further, it outlined in the act passed in 96, it states aliens are authorized to vote for such other purpose under state constitution or statute or a local ordinance. Currently, Texas has statutory citizenship requirements for voting in Texas elections, statutory but not constitutional. Thus, there's no enabling language legislation for this SJR. But under Section 11 of the Election Code, a qualified voter is eligible to vote, and an individual must be a United States citizen to be a qualified voter. SJR 37 proposes a constitutional amendment that affirms that status as that non-citizens of the United States may not vote in any election within the state of Texas. Statute takes only a simple majority in the affirmative to pass. However, a constitutional amendment is a process of greater rigor requiring 2/3 affirmative vote of both chambers, a signature from the governor, and approval from Texas voters. So this SJR is an effort to preserve the integrity of our elections, affirming in the Texas Constitution that only citizens have the right to vote, and will create additional safeguards to keep our Texas elections secure. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Birdwell moves suspension of the regular order of business on SJR 37. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Oops, let me back up. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Epworth.
28 ayes and 3 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 37. The Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 37, proposing a constitutional amendment clarifying that a voter must be a United States citizen.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Epworth.
28 ayes and 3 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Birdwell, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
28 ayes and 3 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of SJR 37. Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 37, proposing a constitutional amendment clarifying that a voter must be a United States citizen.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell moves final passage of SJR 37. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
28 ayes, 3 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 533.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This bill would require an election for the issuance of bonds or tax increase to be held on the November uniform election date. Last session, we passed historic property tax relief, but many Texans failed to see any form of relief. One reason for this was that local governments often swallowed up much of the tax relief through increased spending and debt, often in the form of the issuance of bonds. Local governments will hold these elections in May, expecting low voter engagement. Some of these bonds have passed with less than 2% of total voters in favor. True representative government is achieved through an active, well-informed electorate. The decision to take on additional debt to raise taxes should take place with an engaged public. Senate Bill 533 is a pro-democratic and pro-good governance bill. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 533. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
22 ayes, 9 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 533. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 533, relating the election date for the authorization of the issuance of bonds or a tax increase.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Everett.
22 ayes, 9 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 16.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time committee substitute Senate Bill 16. Senators, this bill is about the right to vote. Precious blood-bought right of American citizens to vote in U.S. elections. Most of us agree that U.S. elections are for U.S. citizens. However, the federal government has prevented states from requiring proof of citizenship at the point of voter registration. In Texas, for well over a decade, we have checked citizenship data when one gets a driver license. So most Texans have already proven their citizenship when they got their driver license. But the feds have not allowed us to do this for voter registration. Senate Bill 16 will address that. Here's what it does. It requires all applicants, regardless of how they register, to provide proof of citizenship. If the applicant provides documentation or the registrar is able to confirm citizenship, the voter is registered just like any other voter. If the applicant to become a voter does not provide proof of citizenship, the voter will be registered as a federal-only voter, and they can vote in federal congressional races. Now, the bill has a number of safeguards. The registrar can confirm citizenship using multiple sources of data, even if the voter doesn't provide proof. If the voter registrar is able to verify, for example, based on driver license or other data, the voter is verified and registered to vote for all purposes. The voter, even if they didn't have proof of citizenship at the time they registered, they can provide proof anytime to the voter registrar and be able to vote in all elections. If they're registering using a volunteer voter registrar, a deputy voter registrar, the applicant will get instructions on how to provide their proof of citizenship. And if the voter is given a federal-only ballot, so we have that voter who registered to vote in Texas, could not verify their citizenship, and the voter registrar was unable to verify their citizenship by checking various sources. For that voter who's given a federal-only ballot, they have till 6 days after the election to provide citizenship documents and have all the races on the ballot counted. The bill creates a new criminal offense for knowingly registering a non-citizen to vote and knowingly registering to vote if you're a non-citizen. The bill requires a report from the Attorney General by March of 2026, detailing all findings relating to the citizenship status of persons who are registered to vote and who have not provided proof of citizenship documents. Why is that important? I think we would all like to know how many folks we have who are registering to vote or seeking to register to vote but do not have proof of citizenship. It would help us all to know what that number is, and again, to see if those are citizens whose citizenship can be verified so they can vote for all purposes, as every U.S. citizen has the right to do. The bill sets up a system for the Secretary of State to petition the Election Assistance Commission, that's the federal agency, to change the federal form to require proof, and requires the AG to sue if that's denied. I will have a floor amendment that is a purely technical change, which I will describe to you should the Senate see fit to suspend and we get on the bill.
But that is what the bill does, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 16. There is objection. Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will you yield, Senator
Of
Hughes?
course I'll yield, Mr. President.
It's just a few questions.
Okay.
I just want
I'll do my best.
So just to clarify for the world, this isn't voter ID, right? It has to do with voter registration, not actual voting itself.
That's right, sir. Voter registration, that's right.
Would you agree with me that SB 916 requires more documentation beyond what the National Voter Registration Act requires?
To vote in state elections, yes. Yes, sir. That's right.
To vote in state elections. Well, we often have state elections, and on those state elections are federal candidates, correct?
Forgive me, I wasn't trying to be imprecise. Under this bill, federal only, there'd be a federal only ballot, and then there'd be a ballot with all of the other races on it. So for purposes of the National Voter Registration Act, we'd be complying with that for those federal races. But Texas can set her own requirements for state, for non, other than those federal ballots.
So this is now interesting because now you've kind of cleared this up for me and it opens up a whole swath of other questions. So you're setting up two different manners and means by which to get your voter registration card?
Well, essentially, you would register to vote in one place, one process, but depending on whether the person seeking to register had proof of citizenship, they would be registered for all elections or for that federal ballot only.
So two different streams here.
Well, to the voter side, from the voter side, it would be a seamless process, but on the registration side, there are two separate systems. That's right.
And under your system, under this proposed law, you're doing an extra step, which is proof of citizenship.
Senator, that's right. It's similar to what the state of Arizona is doing and which has been upheld by the federal courts.
The state of Arizona was upheld in federal courts?
Yes, sir.
Are you talking about Arizona versus Intertribal?
No, sir. I'm talking about what they started doing after Arizona versus Intertribal.
Okay, so Arizona versus Intertribal, specifically the holding was that Arizona is not permitted to require a federal form applicant to submit information beyond that required by the federal form itself. In other words, what they try to do in Arizona is specifically what you're doing here.
No, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Pretty darn close. Maybe you can explain it away.
After that Arizona ruling, a couple of things. You'll recall that Justice Scalia provided a roadmap for one way that states might address this, and that's to petition the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission, to add this requirement. If the EAC says no, then the state would file suit and would prove their case. So that is in Senate Bill 16. But what Arizona has done since that time is have this dual system. Again, to the voter, it is seamless. But on the registration side, to comply with federal law, a voter who registers to vote using the federal form and in compliance with the National Voter Registration Act, they are allowed to vote, if they register without proof of citizenship, only on that federal ballot. That's what Arizona has done to reply in response to that case, and that's been going on for a couple of election cycles now.
But yet that hasn't gone up to the United States Supreme Court. Isn't that correct?
Sir, I know it's been upheld by a couple of federal courts. I know it's been used in multiple election cycles. I believe the the U.S. Supreme Court has blessed it, but let me make sure about that.
Okay, so you don't know if they denied cert one way or another?
I know that there's been a legal challenge. I know that Arizona is using the system today and have been for a couple of cycles.
So as far as we know, and as far as I know, Arizona versus Intertribal is still on the books today, correct?
Well, that is a Supreme Court ruling, and and this bill is written in response to that ruling.
The Supreme Court that has not been overruled.
This bill is written in response to that very ruling.
A Supreme Court ruling that has not been overruled, and I'm glad that you mentioned that Justice Scalia wrote that holding and wrote that opinion. And so with that, I think you've answered all my questions. It's amazing to me that we're In a world where a lot of folks want to look at governmental efficiency, we're creating a couple different paths to get people to vote. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Do you yield, Senator?
Of course I'll yield, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes. So, Senator Hughes, this new process to apply to people, this applies to people who already are currently registered to vote. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, for folks who are already registered, the Secretary of State, if this bill becomes law, Secretary of State will determine whether folks who've already been registered have proof of citizenship on file. And for anyone who has a Texas driver license, as you know, since 2008, when we were in the House, Texas law has required proof of citizenship to get a driver license. So for the vast majority of Texas voters who have a Texas driver license, they won't be affected at all, because when this bill becomes law, the Secretary of State will compare those records and verify their citizenship. And that's just one way to do it. That's where most of them will be involved. For those voters for whom the Secretary of State cannot verify citizenship through Texas driver license, access to federal databases, for those current voters who the Secretary of State cannot verify citizenship, they will then be approached and asked for proof of citizenship. So there's, I'm sorry, forgive me, may I just say, so it's not a new registration process for existing voters, but the existing voters will just be run through the system to check for citizenship. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's okay. So those that don't somehow register to vote a long time ago, I would assume, but you said before 2008?
Well, yes, sir. And I mentioned 2008 because if you have a driver license in Texas, and if you've had one anytime between now and 2008, you've already had to prove your citizenship. So I don't want to blur the issues, but anyone who has a driver license, they have already been through this process.
Right.
No matter how long you've been registered to vote.
So what if we have a U.S. citizen who has none of the documents that you listed in Section 1? There are some people who used to be older people born at home, not necessarily in a hospital. What happens to them?
Senator, you may recall back when the driver license provision was passed in 2008. I know I had some constituents like that. I bet you did too. Folks who'd been born in other states or in rural areas or were born where there were no birth certificates. And so we worked with those folks to provide proof of citizenship in other ways to obtain a birth certificate for them. And so those same processes exist today.
Okay. Under Section 4 of your bill, the registrar can access a database the state has access to, and one of these is the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements Programs, which can be accessed as practical. How does the registrar determine that this is practicable, and when or if they can use it, and when it's not practicable? Because I did see that you had $1 billion fiscal note. So I'm trying to figure out, what are we spending this $1 billion to do?
Thank you, Senator. The if practical part is because checking those federal databases will require the cooperation of the federal government. As you know, federal law requires those USCIS databases and Social Security to be available to the state governments, but at various times under both parties, it's been difficult to access that information. So that's why that language is there, because we hope the feds will cooperate with us. We believe they will, but that's the idea there. We want to make sure that the information is available from the feds.
Can they verify citizenship through any National Association for Public Health Statistics and Information Systems, electronic verification of vital event systems? Is that possible?
Senator, I believe so. And is this a particular section of the bill? Forgive me, I want to make sure I'm tracking the language.
I'm trying to find out what systems they can use to verify citizenship. Looking for databases that would be used. I'm trying to understand the scope of the databases available to perform the duties that you're asking in your bill.
Senator, any federal data that's available, we want them to look at that. That's what this is about.
Okay, very good. If those databases, if the person's information is verified through any of those, and it's found that they're not a citizenship, the bill states that the information is going to be reported to the AG and the county attorney general for investigation. My concern is, what if the applicant had reason to believe that they were a citizen? So they're older, they lived their whole life on the border, something to that effect.
Senator, there's a knowing requirement in the offense. It's got to be knowingly registering a non-citizen to vote, or knowing you're a non-citizen and registering to vote. And I would just say this, part of the problem with the current system is on that federal form, you just check off a box. Maybe somebody sent you the card, maybe a deputy voter registrar stuck this in your hand, maybe with good intentions, and that box is checked, you sign that, and sometimes folks can get swept up in that system. So I would say that's a concern as well, which I know this bill addresses.
Do you have any idea what the scope of the issue is? Do you know how many people the state currently suspects are registered to vote but may not be? Do you have any idea or inclination or suspicion of how many people you think may be registered to vote who can't prove their citizenship?
Senator, we don't. We know that each time the major voter roll maintenance is done, to remove folks who've passed away or who've moved out of state, non-citizens do show up on the voter rolls. And again, whether that was intentional or otherwise, we don't know. And there are also cases where folks who are not citizens have voted and been prosecuted for that. We don't know how broad the problem is. And part of the reason for this bill is so we'll have some idea of how many folks are registered to vote or seeking to register to vote, but don't have proof of U.S. citizenship. And I know we agree that's important.
Absolutely.
To vote.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Do you yield?
Of course I'll yield, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes, what are you doing?
I beg your pardon?
What are you doing? What are you trying to fix here? What is the reason for this bill?
Thank you, Senator. That right to vote in U.S. elections is for U.S. citizens only. And most of us agree on that. It's for U.S. citizens only. This is to make sure that that's how it works, that U.S. citizens vote in U.S. elections. And, there's been discussion in some states and even here about allowing non-citizens to vote in state elections, local elections. No one's debating that here, thankfully. This is to make sure it's clear that in Texas, if you want to register to vote, you have to be a U.S. citizen.
I'm just trying to wrap my arms around this, what you're trying to fix. Would you agree that we should not institute a system that removes eligible voters from the rolls?
No one wants to remove eligible voters from the voter rolls. And I want to be clear, no one's would be removed from the rolls by this bill. If this bill is implemented, someone who could not prove their U.S. citizenship would be voting on that federal only ballot. So they're still on the voter rolls, but it'd be a federal ballot only if the person is not proven that they're a U.S. citizen, or we haven't been able to prove it independently.
Let me take you back a few years. I'm sure you remember what happened in 2019 when the Secretary of State launched a botched voter purge that asked voters for proof of citizenship if there was any indication in their DPS records that they were not citizens. But because people who become naturalized citizens are not required to update DPS about their change status, and driver's license only have to be renewed every 4 to 6 years, these DPS records were often outdated. And as a result, the 2019 purge improperly flagged thousands of naturalized citizens who were properly registered to vote. The Secretary of State was sued for this program and agreed to a court settlement. Do you recall all of that?
I do remember that. I do, Senator.
Okay. So let's talk about what the terms of that settlement were. The terms for the 2019 voter purge required that when using DPS data, only those transactions where someone told DPS that they were a non-citizen after they registered to vote would be flagged. And that accounted for the problems of naturalized citizens having outdated DPS records. Does that sound about right to you?
I do remember that, and I don't recall all the details, but I believe you. I'm sure that's right.
Okay. So why doesn't your bill have that simple fix?
Senator, this bill, I would say this is part of a bill we should consider with other legislation. We have another bill this session that deals with folks who have received.
I can't wait for that one.
Thank you. It's on its way. Thank you. Who have received folks who are here legally and have a driver license but are not U.S. citizens. And as you know, that's someone's here as a student or on a work visa, or they're a legal permanent resident. They can have a driver license, but they're not eligible to vote. And that created some of the confusion I think maybe you're talking about. So there's a bill that I hope will be coming to the floor that addresses that, so that it's clear that someone who is here legally and has a driver license but is not a citizen, so their driver license isn't confused by someone at a polling place as showing that they are eligible to vote.
Well, I'm concerned about the settlement that was made back then. Are you concerned that by not making this distinction in your bill, that Senate Bill 16 violates the court settlement by relying on the very same outdated DPS data?
No, Senator, I don't, and because in this bill we specifically direct the Secretary of State to consult not only DPS data, but those federal databases and other available information. And again, even in those cases, even if no one can verify the voter's citizenship, with all that, the voter is contacted and given an opportunity. And if the voter doesn't reply and they show up to vote and they're given a federal only ballot and they say, what is this? They're given another chance then. They vote the whole ballot, it's held in place, and they have 6 days to come back and demonstrate proof. Anyone who's been naturalized, of course, can do that. So there's a number of checks in place to prevent that from happening.
Okay. I know many of us have been to the ceremonies where people become citizens, the naturalization ceremonies. It's been a long-standing tradition for new citizens to register to vote at that particular ceremony. How will they be able to register to vote at those ceremonies if their DPS records are not updated and still say that they're not citizens?
Well, Senator, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
Go ahead.
Well, at those naturalization ceremonies, we're talking about the ceremonies where folks are sworn in as U.S. citizens, right? Well, they receive naturalization documents after that to verify their citizenship. And under this bill, if a deputy voter registrar registers someone to vote in a situation like that, the voter's given instructions on how to provide their proof of citizenship to the registrar. So in a situation like that, at the naturalization ceremony, they would fill out the cards, they would give them to the registrar, and the deputy registrar would give them information from the SOS on how to submit proof of citizenship, which they're going to get because they've just been naturalized.
Well, you're requiring a lot of steps, and now engaging the county clerk's office. How will you ensure at a minimum that they will be able to vote in federal elections?
Was a great question. So if someone is on the voter rolls today, if this bill becomes law, if someone's on the voter rolls today and they're not able to prove their citizenship, they don't respond to the inquiries, the SOS can't find them, none of the federal databases show them. If they're registered to vote, they are still receiving that federal ballot under this bill, that congressional ballot only under this bill. But for someone who is a citizen, who's become a citizen, again, they're going to be contacted if they don't reply. When they show up to vote, they're going to get that congressional ballot only. And if they have questions about that, they'll be told, you have 6 days to come back and show us your naturalization information, and their full ballot is counted. But they're not removed from the rolls. They're just treated for that federal only ballot. Okay. Nothing in here would remove them from the rolls. I want to be clear on that.
At the hearing, you said that 6,500 non-citizens were removed from the voter rolls, but the Secretary of State's office clarified last fall that in fact there were only 581 suspected non-citizen registrants. Those initial numbers have been found to be inflated and included otherwise eligible voters who had moved or died. Meanwhile, 10.6 million voting age citizens in Texas do not have a U.S. passport, and 6 million Texans do not have birth certificates that match their married names. Suppose your bill prevents hundreds of non-citizens from voting at the cost of preventing
tens of thousands of eligible citizens from voting. Do you consider that a worthy trade-off?
Well, Senator, in that hypothetical, I want to encourage you, that's not the result of this bill. Anyone with a driver license in Texas who's had one since 2008, and if you had one before then and you got one since then, you've shown this proof of citizenship to renew that driver license or to get that driver license. So for those millions of people you're talking about, they're already being covered. We're talking about a much smaller group. And again, no one's being removed from the rolls, but they're voting a limited ballot if we can't prove that they're U.S. citizens.
Well, again, I'm just going off of the numbers that you stated during the hearing and then what the Secretary of State came back with. The bill requires that voters be mailed a notice and requests for proof of citizenship. In this day and age, isn't it likely that people are going to miss this notice and not even reply, even though they are citizens? So thousands of properly registered voters are going to be at risk of removal from voter rolls for not responding to a mailed, snail mail notice. Would you consider allowing an online process to make this easier?
Well, Senator, the bill is even better than that, if you will, because there's an in-person process. So if someone is an existing voter today, and when this bill is implemented, if it passes, the registrar seeks to verify their citizenship status. If we can't do that based on DPS or any federal database, then they're going to get one of those notices that you're describing. If they don't respond to that, as you say, they miss it or something like that, when they go to vote, then they'll have another opportunity. And remember, they'll be told at the polling place, you're going to have 6 days to come back after the close of elections and show us that information, in which case your full ballot's counted and you're on the rolls for all purposes. So the mailed notice is not the only opportunity that folks will have to get this cured.
What's the issue with online?
Well, Senator, online voter registration is not something that Texas does, and so this bill is an attempt.
I'm well aware of that.
So this bill is an attempt to work within the current system with the ones we have in place.
Well, I'm just saying, a lot of times people just, disregard snail mail, and that's why I was asking for an online option. Under the National Voter Registration Act, counties may not conduct voter removal programs within 90 days of an election. Does your bill account for this quiet period?
Yes, Senator, and I would stress this. We're talking about the NVRA, the National Voter Registration Act. That's for those federal ballots we're describing. So someone who is registered to vote in Texas today, but has not shown proof of citizenship, and someone who we cannot verify otherwise, they're still going to receive that federal-only ballot. So with regard to the NVRA, that's already covered.
Okay, this will be my last question. Under your bill, the Secretary of State has to provide a list of currently registered voters to counties by December the 1st of this year, 2025, who they will be required to reach out for proof of citizenship. This process will be cumbersome for counties. Are you concerned that this new process will interfere with the 2026 elections?
Well, Senator, part of the reason that December deadline is there is to give us plenty of time as we ramp up for those elections. Most Texans, any Texan who has a driver license has already been through this process. So the millions of people we've talked about will already be covered automatically. And then even folks who don't have a driver license, if the registrar is able to verify their information through these various federal databases, then they're going to be covered. So we're talking about a relatively small group of people, and the SOS, Secretary of State, writes to them. The counties try to reach out to them. And again, when they come and vote, they're given another opportunity. So there are some protections in place to address these concerns.
Well, I am concerned, and I just wanted to add too about the 2026 elections and the problems that some of our county offices may face. Are these voter roll checks required to be paused within 90 days of an election, consistent with the NVRA?
Well, Senator, to comply with the NVRA, we are not affecting those federal-only ballots at all. Those aren't being touched. to make sure we're complying with the NVRA.
Senator Hughes, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Alvarado.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second readings. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 16. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 16, relating to requiring a person to submit proof of citizenship to register to vote.
There's an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes, you recognize on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I know we all get nervous when someone says they have a clarifying or a cleanup amendment, but I'm just going to lay this before you. If you look at page 6, line 50 of the bill, it says this is about the voter getting a chance to provide proof of citizenship. It says after the election, line 50, to the voter registrar by the 6th day after election day. Then it goes on to talk about that limited ballot. And then later in the bill, instead of saying by the 6th day, let me get the language exactly right. Instead of saying by the 6th day, it uses the language not later than the 6th day. Now, by the 6th day and not later than the 6th day probably mean the same thing, but this will just make those sentences both say the same thing. That's all the amendment does. And I'd love to get some grammar help on this, but that's all the amendment does. And it's acceptable to the author, and I move its adoption. I'll yield for questions.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hughes, you recognize for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment, and we will hold there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Mr. Doorkeeper?
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger from the House.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed.
Thank you. Oh. Senator Schwartner, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend, Mr. President, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to table and consider at this time the committee substitute Senate Bill 8. Members, this bill strengthens Texas's illegal immigration enforcement by mandating participation in the ICE 287G program for Texas counties greater than 100,000 population, ensuring another tool for effective response to the atrocities committed by criminal aliens in this state. The bill also provides counties with a population under 1 million grants to defray costs associated with participation in the 287G program. The 287G program is a long-standing federal program that Texas counties already partner in. Approximately 44 counties currently partner in. It allows ICE enforcement and removal operations to partner with state and local law enforcement to identify and remove criminal aliens, enhancing community safety and national security. The program empowers a local law enforcement officer or jailer to verify a person's immigration status as well as their criminal record through a database. If the arrestee is determined to be in the country illegally, the booking officer creates an immigration detainer and the suspect is picked up by ICE within 48 hours. The 287G program is about identifying criminality, not nationality. This bill, Senate Bill 8, helps address the ongoing issue of criminal aliens being arrested and potentially let go due to the arresting entity's lack of knowledge of that individual. With that, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer questions or move suspension of the regular order of business for committee substitute Senate Bill 8.
Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
To ask the author of the bill some questions.
Senator Schwertner, do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Schwertner, you talked a little bit about this grant program that you're establishing in this legislation that goes along with, assisting counties in the implementation of this program. And my understanding is that will be for sheriffs of counties with a population of less than 1 million who enter into these agreements. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would be a grant program administered by the comptroller for all participants in counties that are 1 million or less.
And how do you want to, could you elaborate a little bit on how these grant funds could be used by sheriffs so that, the members are a little bit more informed on how that's going to work? Because I think it's a very important part of your bill. And actually is the piece that's going to let it work, actually work, I think.
Yes, and it's important to support our local law enforcement, especially when they are stepping up and assisting ICE in the enforcement and identification and detection and detainment of criminal aliens. But the grant money could be utilized for compensation of those that have been designated as the official designee within that sheriff's department. Equipment, training that is required to enter into the ICE agreement, and other expenses as deemed appropriate by the comptroller.
And as you know, and just I'll ask the question, there is a contingency rider included in the budget in the amount of $20 million for this grant program. Is that correct, that you requested as contingent upon your bill?
It is contingent upon passage of this bill, and it is in the budget under Article 11. That is correct.
And I'll give you a commitment that from my perspective, that it is our intention to help counties implement this program, because it's a very important part of the piece that we're trying to implement as it regards to illegal immigrants, creating havoc and committing crimes in our state.
Thank you, Chair Huffman. And I think it's incumbent upon our counties to recognize the renewed emphasis at the federal level, both through the executive order of President Trump and certain provisions that have been put in place through the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. And really recognize it is a partnership and a responsibility, combined responsibility, to make sure that criminal aliens are identified and detained, prosecuted, and deported as quickly as possible from this state.
And Senator Schwertner, did you know that in the past that this isn't a novel idea? This is the first time that we have told counties they have to do it. But in fact, in past years, when there was a different administration in Harris County, that we did have the 287G that was used, and it was a very important tool and very successful in giving information to prosecutors and law enforcement about who was in the jail and to place an early detainer on these individuals so that if prosecution was declined or the prosecutor deferred to just letting the feds take the individual, that could happen, or the hold was in place so that once the prosecution was concluded or the person had served their time, then that ICE detention was in place very early on. And I hope that is your intent, is to streamline the process, cooperate with our federal law enforcement officials, but also give early information that we need about who is in our country and who is charged with the crimes and who is in our jails. Would you agree with that?
Cooperate, collaborate with, again, the identification, detaining, prosecuting, and ultimately deporting criminal aliens from the United States of America.
Right, it's a package, and this just helps. It's really very important information that we're able to get very early on in the system, and it takes the burden off of the federal law enforcement, and it's a very light burden for the locals, and it helps speed up the process on their part. So I'm very supportive of your bill. I'm glad to join or co-author. I don't remember if it's join or co, but support your bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Senator Schwartner, do you
I
yield?
Certainly.
I'm trying to be less strident here on this. You're a doctor, which means your profession is based on science, correct?
It's science and art, I would say. Medicine is.
Okay. And so you believe in hypothesis, you believe in studies, right? Studies that you read.
I believe
whether
in
it's let me finish, please. Whether it's in the medical field or just some study that you read along the way as you prepare to do your work in this building?
I believe in the scientific method and hard data, yes,
okay.
Senator.
And so the hard data tells us that migrants actually perform or commit less crime than United States citizens. Have you read that?
The hard data says, through the Department of Homeland Security, over 451,000 criminal non-citizens have been booked into Texas local jails between June 1st of 2021 and February 28th of 2025.
Define
Between
criminal.
those, if you'd like me to finish, Senator, of those, criminal offenses included the arrest for 1,043 homicides, 73,025 assault charges, 10,096 burglary charges, 65,896 drug charges, 1,371 kidnapping charges, 28,601 theft charges, 44,000 obstructing police charges, and I can keep going if you'd like me to, Senator. That is the data.
So define criminal for me. Are you including criminal trespass?
Again, these are criminal aliens as defined by ICE and already reported by.
Criminal trespass?
I don't know the specifics of criminal trespassing regarding that. So usually, according to the data I have, homicide, assault, burglary, drugs, kidnapping, theft, obstructing police, robbery, sexual assault, sexual offense, and weapon charges are the ones I have data on.
Are you including DWIs?
I do not have that data in front of me.
You know, I am the son of immigrants. I came here into this country with nothing. I am tired of people calling human beings criminal aliens for trespass on a DWI and so much more. When the vast majority of studies in this country show that migrants commit less crime, far less crime than U.S. citizens. I had a whole litany of questions here about the expense to counties and the work that they'll have to do that's extra here. But I am tired of people in this building, just the word alien for one. And yet I get calls from past members, because I'm also an immigration lawyer, and say, hey, can you help me with Juan, my rancher, the guy that helps me on my ranch? I get calls from lobbyists that say, can you help me with my nanny? And so you get locked in this space, in this place, on a paradigm that simply isn't true. You can tell me the data nationwide, sure. But if you want to come into this building and call them criminal atrocities, fix the atrocities that are happening in this state on mass shootings by U.S. citizens. That's not happening in this bill, is it?
This bill is addressing the atrocities committed by criminal aliens through open board policies under the prior administration. We need to, as a state, be much better at identifying, detaining, prosecuting, and deporting criminal aliens from Texas and from the United States as quickly as possible.
I hope you get as impassioned when it comes to mass shooters as you do handling a couple migrants with some DWIs.
Senator Birdwell, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, just a couple of quick, more baseline questions, I believe. Which counties currently have the 287G?
Senator, there are 44 counties and growing that are currently participating in the 287G program. The bill as written would mandate participation for counties over 100,000, and there are 40 counties in Texas over 100,000, of which 16 are already participating.
Okay.
So that delta would be mandatory participation. It is my hope with the grant program that is initiated for counties $1 million or less that there would be a lot more voluntary participation by counties that are 100,000 or less.
Okay. And so those counties that are between 100,000 and $1 million, that the rider, the contingency rider in the budget will help cover their expenses going forward. Not won't look rearward, but will look forward.
Yes, yes. All counties that are currently participating and in the future participating, other than counties over a million population, would be eligible for significant help with the utilization of utilization for costs associated with this 287G program.
Okay. There were 3 different types of models that were used for the program, which I believe, if you would correct me if I'm wrong, with the jail enforcement model was the most prevalent of the current 287G counties?
Right. The 287G program has a number of different areas of participation. The jail enforcement model, which is the most common and well known, the warrant service officer model, which provides the legal authority for local and state enforcement officers to execute civil immigration warrants on behalf of ICE within the confines of their detention facilities, and then the task force model, which is a force multiplier for ICE in the local community.
Okay, and that's the choice of the county to
that would be up to the
decide
choice
which
of the sheriff to make regarding the needs for that sheriff's department and county based upon their information.
And in the agreement in the application and agreement with the federal government, they still get to choose. The federal government doesn't tell them which one of those to use.
That's correct. They can They can actually choose to participate in all 3 if they want. And there is one county here in Texas, I think it is Goliad County, that participates in all 3. It's a small county, actually.
Okay. Thank you, Senator, for answering my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Will Senator yield for questions?
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, Senator Birdwell asked some of the same questions I was about to ask. But in my Senate District 20, for example, I have Nueces County that is part of the 287G program. They have a written agreement. In Hidalgo County, there's no written agreement, but there's a standing order where every person that's arrested and processed through the county jail system, they're verified whether or not that person is a U.S. citizen or whether that person is a legal resident. And of course, he's being processed through the county jail because that person committed a crime for which he was arrested. So my question is, in your bill, the way it's written, that's one model that you set out.
One more time, sir.
The jail enforcement model, that's the only one.
That is one model.
Okay.
They could choose to participate in any or all of those models.
So even though the county right now may be using the jail enforcement model where they check every person arrested for citizenship or to be a legal resident, even those counties have to now sign a written agreement even though they're doing it on a voluntary basis on their own.
Hidalgo County, they're over 100,000. They are not participating officially in the 287G program, and I appreciate and recognize that they have enhanced cooperation and collaboration with ICE and in ESO. But yes, they would be mandated to participate in the 287G program. That sheriff would be required to choose one or all of those options and participate, and would have access to grant money to defer the costs of that participation through a grant administered by the comptroller.
So they would not be forced to select the task force model or the service of warrants model?
The sheriff may choose either the jail enforcement model, the warrant service officer model, or the task force model. They would have the freedom to choose one, two, or all three of those.
So under the task force model or even the service of warrants, in those two other models, other than the jail enforcement model, would they have the authority to be out there and stop just the driver for speeding and ask for verification and proof of citizenship?
Yeah. The task force model is the one you're probably going towards as far as that potential, but a task force model is really seen as a force multiplier with the local law enforcement acting in a more limited fashion and in conjunction with ICE oversight during their routine police duties and routine or specialized ICE duties. So that is a potential, yes, I would say so. The task force model is one that is more recently been enacted or put into an option. The historical ones were the jail force model and the warrant service officer model, but the task force model is one that they thought should show potential benefit in identifying criminal aliens and removing them from the streets of Texas. That needs to be done. That needs to happen to protect Texans from the criminal activity that criminal aliens are performing.
You know, I don't have any problems with someone that's arrested and processed, and they committed a crime allegedly, and they're being processed through the jail booking process. That they're checked to see whether this country legally or they're legal, and a detainer is usually placed on them. They're not allowed to be bonded. But my concern with your bill is that does it provide the authority to for a county, for example, selects the task force model, okay? Mm-hmm. Does it allow for a police officer, local police officer, on their own to be out there, stopping a car for speeding, for example, or running a red light, to have the authority to be able to ask for citizenship or document to show that that person is legal in the United States and be able to arrest that person because of this bill?
The individuals that would be participating in the task force model will have ICE oversight, and they will have gone through training in the 287G program. It's just not a random sheriff's deputy. It is the individuals that are designated within that sheriff's department as the participating designee for that sheriff's department.
So they'll always be accompanied or at least working in partnership with immigration officials?
Yes, that is my understanding, that they would have oversight and also be the designee for the actual 287G program. But to your broader point, the ability to inquire about immigration status, the authority to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to be or remain in the United States is designated by ICE. That is the entity that is enforcing immigration. And it is not unfounded that they should be able to carry out their duties. That is what I think the people of the United States and of this state spoke to on November 5th when they wanted stronger border security, but they also wanted stronger enforcement of our immigration laws. And those immigration laws don't begin and end at the border. They are throughout our country, and they need broad enforcement, not just by ICE and not just by Homeland Security, but via partnerships like this, like the 287G program, that would allow local law enforcement, properly trained and with oversight of ICE, to participate in immigration enforcement.
Look, I support border security very strongly, and I understand that we have the right to protect our border, define our border, defend our border. That's not in dispute. I'm more precise in my questioning. When you talk about oversight by ICE, I don't have any issue with ICE being asking people whether they're U.S. citizens or they're in this country legally. That is their mission. That is their responsibility. What I'm asking is, and when you talk about oversight, what is oversight? You could be back at an office here, sitting there, have your local police department or sheriff's deputies trained, and then are they going to be able to be out on their own, stopping people for traffic infractions, and asking, verifying whether or not they're in this country legally? That's what I'm asking. There's a difference between being a partner and being together on a task force. There'll be proper oversight. But if they're sitting back in their office and calling that oversight while you allow local police departments or the local deputy sheriffs to enforce immigration laws, I don't think they would have anywhere near the amount of training that our immigration law enforcement officers have. And that's my concern.
I appreciate your concern, Senator. I understand it, but to me, and to be specific, the amount of ICE oversight probably does vary from administration to administration. The allowance for participation varies. How many task force there are varies. The personnel at the local level, regional level vary. The understanding between local law enforcement. But we do have to have some trust from the top down, whether it's Governor Abbott and local sheriffs, our local voters that empower sheriffs to participate and how they would participate, as well as on the national level, the federal administration and the empowerment through a task force model of really doing the will of the people through enhanced border enforcement and immigration law enforcement, because that's what, in my opinion, that's what the people of this country asked for, and that's what this bill speaks to regarding that prerogative and really directive by our citizens.
I don't question that at all, Senator Schwartner. I understand the will of the people. I understand the vast majority of people want our immigration laws enforced. I do not question that at all. I was questioning just in terms of the authority that we're providing to deputy sheriffs on their own. But thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator, for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
A couple simple questions of the author.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Schwartner, what's the fiscal note on this?
I'm sorry?
The fiscal note amount on this?
The fiscal note was like $800,000, but that had to do with the administration through the comptroller that would be offset by the grant money to some extent. So that's what the fiscal note is.
The grant money is from?
Is a rider in the budget, and it's tied to the passage of this bill.
Does that come out of the $6.5 billion that we've appropriated for border enforcement, state border enforcement?
No, this is.
So we don't have enough in there already. We got to go get it from somewhere else. Really?
We can smile and laugh about it, but I don't think there's enough money when we have a porous border and we have the effects that we've seen with an open border under the prior administration. The negative, criminal, evil scourge that's been inflicted on our country, and we have, as a country, put a lot of money into border security through our military department, through the Texas border wall, through enhanced DPS funding. It still needs to be addressed. I'm glad we have a federal partner. I'm glad we have the amount of money necessary to defray the costs with sheriffs participating in the 287G program. It is a relatively small amount of money, but it's an important amount of money for that these sheriffs need to feel that we support them, and we're doing so by having $20 million in the budget.
Okay, thank you. And it is a pretty small amount of money. In fact, cities with populations over 1 million are not going to receive any grant money. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are 5 counties over a million. One of those counties, Tarrant County, already participates. The other 4 counties would need to absorb it in their budget. And as we all know, those budgets are big, and I think a 287G program should be self-funded within the largest of the counties.
Well, I guess if the bill passes, they'll have to agree with you. You know who the biggest immigration hawk was since the 1950s, other than Donald Trump, at the executive level, right?
The biggest what?
Immigration hawk among our presidents since World War II.
You know, I'm sure you have that knowledge. I do not.
Well, it's probably an opinion, but it's backed up by stats, and it's Barack Obama. In fact, President Obama at one point was called the deporter-in-chief. I don't think it was meant as a compliment, but it so happens that these task force models of the style of these 287Gs was first implemented during the Obama administration, but it was repealed because they discovered that immigrant communities became so scared that they did no longer want to report crimes to assist law enforcement with investigations, and they figured out that this task force model agreements actually impeded the ability of local law enforcement to carry out their duties to keep the people safe. So they quit doing it. Now, conservative philosophy usually would hold that you look at something that failed and say, hey, let's not repeat that. But isn't that what we're doing here? Repeating a failed federal program?
Senator, I'm not knowledgeable of the particulars of the exact task force model that was enacted or in place at that time versus the newly reenacted task force model. To the broader concern of that you spoke to, you know, if you are a legal citizen and not a criminal, I don't think you have anything to fear.
Last question, Senator. If my Dallas County sheriffs are participating in a 287G agreement and performing duties pursuant to that agreement, isn't there some sheriff's work that they're not doing? Or are they going to have to work overtime?
You know, if you choose sheriff's work, you're maybe prioritizing, I consider this sheriff's work. They are laws that need to be enforced.
Well, it's the sheriff's department.
If I'm having to make the decision as that local sheriff between stationing a sheriff's deputy next to a school and doing traffic stops on moms taking their kids and trying to get them there by 8 o'clock in the morning versus going out and or assisting through the warrant service officer model or the task force model, the jail enforcement model, the identification and detainment of criminal aliens, I think I'd choose the latter. I think the people that elected me as sheriff would want me to choose the latter. And that's where I'm at on that.
Very good. I think the colloquy has clarified the intentions of the bill. That's what I intended to do, so thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Senator Shorten, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you so much, Senator. Are you, according to the fiscal note on this bill, it doesn't mention the actual cost to local county jails and law enforcement. Are you aware of the costs that have been reported by various county sheriffs across the state?
Well, they vary, Senator. Different counties have different participation models. They also obviously have different size forces and different amounts. There are some counties that have just one deputy that is the individual that has received the training and participating in the 287G. And then others have a full-blown jail enforcement model that is around the clock that requires a more robust staffing ratio. That said, the exact amounts vary county by county, and none of them are really supported by a grant program at the current time.
So for counties over 1 million, they wouldn't be eligible for any of the $20 million grant program that's in the rider, correct?
Over 1 million, they would not be eligible.
So a couple of those counties over 1 million, Harris County says that a 287G would initially cost 1.67 million and go up to 2.4 million.
They were able to do that in the past. I would hope that they would continue and see the need to, they would be mandated, they would be statutorily directed by this legislature to enact a 287G program, and they would have to fund it. They would have to prioritize their funding at the local level within their sheriff's office to find the money to institute one of the three options that sheriff would choose to participate in.
So Harris County Commissioners Court, when they're setting their budget, would need to set a local property tax rate appropriate to absorb those additional costs from this unfunded mandate, correct?
I would really hope that they would prioritize their spending and find it within their budget.
So it could be that they would give a haircut to something else they were doing in order to pull that money over to the sheriff's department for this unfunded mandate.
That's right.
Okay. Also, I note that earlier this session we passed SJR 1, that if it passes on the ballot, would require that county lockups hold non-U.S. citizens accused of felonies without bail, correct?
Can you repeat that one more time? I can't recall what.
Sure. SJR 1, if it passes as a ballot initiative, would require county lockups to hold non-citizens accused of a felony without bail.
Okay.
Are you aware that the fiscal note on that bill also noted that there probably is a local cost to that, but it didn't calculate that?
There is obviously a local cost of identifying, detaining, holding, prosecuting crime and criminals. I would also say there's a corresponding corollary cost and probably higher costs to society and those populations in that area that are affected by that crime. And
agreed.
I think it is the responsibility of the state, of municipalities, of counties, sheriffs, to address crime. And I'm not just saying that. I think our voters endorsed that wholeheartedly last November.
I agree. I'm really, go with me for a moment. I'm really just talking about the fiscal impact. So SJR 1 has a fiscal impact that perhaps wasn't well discussed, which is ICE is required, if they want to pick up somebody who's in a county lockup, to pick them up within 48 hours of when they would otherwise be released. But since we're not going to be releasing these folks, we won't be reimbursed by ICE if they don't pick them up within 48 hours. So that's another cost to the counties. The counties will be holding these individuals on ICE's behalf, even without this bill.
I would hope for expeditious administration of justice when it comes to the prosecution of the crimes committed and the quick deportation of those individuals thereafter.
So based on your answers to Senator Johnson's questions, well, let me bring up one more. SB 4, which we passed last session, also allows for law enforcement anywhere in the state to charge someone with illegal entry from a foreign nation, correct?
Yes, illegal entry or reentry.
Or reentry, correct. So we've already, through our auspices, created an obligation on local law enforcement to act in the stead of federal authorities, correct?
I think the message that Texas is sending, and Texans and voters in Texas and citizens of Texas are sending, is that coming into this country, coming into this state illegally is not acceptable, through SB 4, which passed last session. And committing crime, heinous crime, evil, is even more unacceptable.
I agree with you on prosecuting crime, 100%. Where I'm going is it appears that we are adding more and more financial burden on the local taxpayer that is not being covered either by the federal government or by the $11 billion that we've already spent and intend to keep spending. So we are dedicating more and more of of the local public fisc, as well as the state public fisc, on a federal obligation. I'm simply trying to get at the very large unfunded mandate that we're placing on the local taxpayer in this bill, at least for counties over $1 million.
And again, one of them's already doing it. Harris County used to do it, and it's only 5 counties, the largest counties with massive budgets that can prioritize their budget. And I think the citizens of those counties would overwhelmingly support a 287G program and the removal, identification and removal and detainment of criminal aliens from their streets.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Schwertner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Schwertner. Trying to draw some clarification to your very popular bill. Let's see here on page 1. There's one word here that's different from the one on section B. So it appears that if you have a county with a population of 100,000 or more, it says shall request. So you're telling the sheriffs, you must request. Then you go on to say, and as offered, enter into a written agreement with ICE. And so when they enter in this written agreement, do they have an option in terms of the model? Do they get to pick the model they enter, or do they have to take what they're given?
That is the intention of this bill. It does not specify they have to choose a certain model, as was discussed with Senator Hinojosa.
Yeah.
There are various types of models, and I would leave it to the elected sheriff to choose the model that he or she thinks is correct and appropriate for their jurisdiction.
I appreciate that. I think that's wise, but the problem that I see here is that their bill language does not provide where the sheriff gets to choose. It just says they must, as offered, they must enter into a written agreement. So basically, it appears to me they have to enter into a written agreement for whatever is offered to them. That's what it appears to me. I think the bill could use a little bit of clarity in that regard. Especially because my understanding is the bill will allow the Attorney General to sue the Sheriff's Office to force them to spend resources on enforcement and immigration law. Is that correct?
That is, and good point, Senator. There will be a clarifying amendment that the enforcement of that would be done, the adjudication of it would be done at the local county level by a group of their peers. Senator Birdwell is going to be carrying that amendment. And so just as if we have a problem, we go back to our voters and our answer there instead of here in Travis County, for instance, through legislation that's been passed in the past. So there's a clarifying amendment about how that enforcement would work.
So the amendment's going to take out the provision where the AG gets to sue the sheriffs. Is that correct?
The enforcement would be done at the local level.
Okay. I think that answers my question. Senate Bill 8 forces counties over $1 million to pay for this. I've heard this repeated over and over. About 49% of the state's population lives in those 5 counties, and now we're asking the local taxpayers, and it is I've heard you respond that it is your thought that because of the vote of the November election that they want to spend their tax dollars on immigration enforcement. Is that what did I hear correctly?
About 13 million out of the 30 million live in the top five most populous states. And yes, I think Texans overwhelmingly want stricter enforcement of immigration laws at the local level, with partnering of local law enforcement with federal immigration law enforcement.
Are you aware that in Arizona, in Maricopa County, they've had Latino drivers were stopped 9 times more than other drivers because of the model that had the task force or created the immigration officer out in the field. They stopped Latino drivers 9 times more than other drivers. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of what has happened in Arizona. I do know other states have done mandatory participation across the entire state. I think Georgia is one of them, another state as well. Different states have different ways to approach enforcement of laws, including immigration laws. I don't know the specifics of what happened in Maricopa County and how they implemented their 287G program.
You know, at the end of the day, I think we all want to have a state where our families can be safe, and we can, it'd be great if we could get rid of all violent criminals. And so obviously if we have violent criminals who are in the country illegally, that's fine, but that's the model that would be in the jails. My biggest concern with this is the model that is going to take local elected officials and turn them into federal immigration officers. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 8. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 8. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 8 relating to agreements between sheriffs and the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement to enforce federal immigration law.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Schwertner.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'll let you have some time to read this, but this is really truly a clarifying or technical amendment. It clarifies the comptroller's rulemaking authority for the grant program application, clarifies that any Sheriff's Department employee performing duties in accordance with an agreement is eligible for grant funding, changes some of the dates, moves the effective date back to January 1st, 2026 to allow the comptroller sufficient time to stand up the grant program, clarifies the date for reporting requirements for both the county sheriff and the comptroller to align with local budgets and comptroller existing processes. I'll be happy to try to clarify any questions, but that's what this amendment attempts to do and I believe does. Move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing none. Floor amendment number 1 is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized on floor amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I've heard significant concerns from my largest county regarding the potential cost implications of implementing this bill. So to ensure that the county sheriff's department make well-informed decisions before entering into these agreements, this amendment requires the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts to provide the county with an estimate of the grant amount it would receive to cover the associated costs. This estimate must be disclosed before the county is required to enter into an agreement. Additionally, if a sheriff chooses not to apply for a grant or is ineligible, they will not be required to comply with this section. With that, I move adoption.
Senator Schwertner, you recognize to respond to the amendment.
Yes, I believe this amendment would allow counties with a population of over 1 million to apply for the grant funding, if I'm reading this correctly. kind of defeats the purpose of the legislation, so I'm not receptive to accepting your amendment, Senator. So I would be opposed to adoption of floor amendment number 2.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment, Mr. President?
Senator Blanco, you yield.
I do yield.
Senator Blanco, I just received the amendment, but if I heard you correctly, your county, El Paso County, population over 1 million, I'm assuming?
It's under 1 million.
Under 1 million, but they're concerned with the cost, and so all you're asking is that before they agree, the comptroller disclose the amount of the grant. So basically, your sheriff, your county wants to know if the grant's going to allow them to be able to afford to enter into the agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there anything else that your amendment does?
Well, it requires that the controller discloses that amount before. So if that way, if the sheriff chooses not to apply for the grant, they won't be required to comply with that section.
And so they're like, well, you're going to force us to do this. At least let us know if we can afford it, or how much we have to raise taxes, or what to cover the cost of the balance. Is that it?
That's correct. El Paso County is a border county. You can imagine what my counties or Hidalgo County or others are going to be dealing with. This gives them that option.
Sounds fiscally responsible. Does this only apply to your county?
No, it does not just apply to my county.
It's a good amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Senator Blanco, you yield.
I yield.
Thank you so much, Senator Blanco. And in light of the conversation with the author of the bill regarding 3 different types of 287G agreements, 1, 2, or all 3, would this assist sheriffs and their county commissioners' courts in figuring out which flavor of 287G to enter into, and whether or not they could afford 1, 2, or all 3?
It does. I mean, when you're looking, this bill is essentially an unfunded mandate to local, so to some of our counties, especially those counties that are on the border that are going to deal with a huge influx. I mean, it's pushing the cost to the local taxpayer. So it's an unfunded mandate. This amendment allows those sheriffs or counties to figure out whether or not they can afford or swallow the cost of enforcement of this bill.
And also the lead-up time for entering into a 287G, which may require dedicated FTE, full-time equivalents. They might need to backfill some of those current sheriff's deputies. Wouldn't a commissioner's court want to know how much money they were getting in grants before they authorized additional full-time equivalents in staffing in order to gear up for a 287G?
Absolutely, but in addition to that, not just the deputies, but the jailers, the increased amount of jailers and the staff that are going to be required to cover the cost of this bill, that information from the controller's office would be a good thing to do.
They may need even to enter into some contracts for temporary housing facilities, as we've seen along the border with a couple of tent structures for magistrating individuals. So wouldn't this also be helpful for them to get out ahead of the curve on any kind of request for proposals they would need to make in order to get those kind of systems in place?
Absolutely. It'd be helpful for our counties to know exactly what it's going to cost the taxpayer to cover the cost for this. And you're right, we've seen some of these communities receiving the large amounts of individuals that are being arrested. And where do we house them? The counties foot the bill. I know under the last administration, and it may be controversial for me to say, but the administration put us in a position where we had to deal with this influx. The local, when I say we, our cities and counties had to deal with this. This is doing the same thing that Biden did, essentially, for our local communities.
Thank you so much for this really well thought out amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Schwertner, your response to floor
Yes,
amendment 2?
thank you. And Senator Blanco, I think I misread and misunderstood your amendment. My reading of it, by switching entered into and substituting for applied for it, it would be essentially exempting El Paso counties less than 100,000, and the purpose of the bill is above 100,000, and so the purpose of the bill is mandatory participation above 100,000 population, and so for that reason, I would be opposing this amendment.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 2. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
11 ayes and 20 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, you are recognized on amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if we move forward with this bill, it's essential to ensure that counties remain financially whole and do not pass the cost of implementation to the taxpayer. El Paso County's estimated cost for the first year of implementation of this bill is between $1.2 million to $2.2 million. Other counties who have implemented similar policies have seen an additional cost of $250,000 to $500,000 per year. So if we're asking our sheriffs to help do the job of the federal government, we should at least ensure that they have the funds to do so. If sheriffs are not awarded grant funding through this bill, or if the award is not substantial enough to cover the cost of implementation, this amendment will give sheriffs the choice to opt out of 287G agreement entered into with ICE. Members, this amendment is it's fair to our local taxpayers, it's fair to our sheriff's departments, and it prevents an unfunded mandate from taking effect through this bill. So with that, I move adoption.
Senator Schwertner, your response to floor amendment number 3.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blanco. I will be opposing the amendment. The bill as written, the purpose is mandatory participation for counties over 100,000 in the state of Texas. There is a grant program that El Paso County could avail themselves of and would be participating in, and to defray some of those costs, if not all of those costs. And for that reason, I would be opposing this floor amendment.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Senator Blanco, do you yield?
I do yield.
So, Senator Blanco, we've discussed how this is an unfunded mandate by the state onto our local governments, but what your amendment does is it says that if this becomes an unfunded mandate of the federal government on our locals and our state government grants don't begin to cover it, that the local county can back out of the 287G.
That's correct. If the sheriffs are not awarded grant funding through this bill, or if they find that the award is not substantial enough to cover the cost of implementation, this bill gives them that choice to opt out of 287G.
So in El Paso County, for instance, if El Paso County saw an incredible surge of immigration over its border, as we have seen in the past, and unlike in the past, where it was the federal government's obligation, it is now El Paso County's obligation to process, house, feed, and detain these individuals for as long as ICE leaves them there. That could be a budget buster for El Paso County, eating up all of its, or substantially its budget for anything else, correct?
Yes, but I would argue that it's the El Paso taxpayers that are funding, not the county government, the taxpayer.
And our cap on the county tax rate exempts the cost of law enforcement, doesn't it?
That is correct.
So we might see a county like El Paso having to significantly raise its tax rate to cover the unfunded mandate of the federal government. And this would simply say, if the feds don't do their job and cost the county a tremendous amount, more than what the state will reimburse, that they can back out.
That's absolutely correct. It gives the local sheriff that choice to opt out if the state will not provide the funds.
Thank you so much for this amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Schwertner, you recognize on floor amendment number 3.
Again, this would change the overall trajectory of the bill and would make the process entirely voluntary instead of mandatory for counties over 100,000. So for that reason, I oppose adoption of the floor amendment number 3.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 3. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
11 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized on floor amendment number 4.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This is a simple amendment. It simply removes the population cap for eligibility for the $20 million grant program. The reason for this is that the counties over $1 million will have a significant fiscal note related to this bill. Harris County estimates that it could be as much as $2.4 million annually. My own county estimates it's about $724,000 annually, and this does not count the burdens that have already been placed on our county jails from SJR1 if it passes, and on the prior SB4 from last session. Senators, this is just to remove the cap so that all counties who are bearing this burden get treated equally, and that's what the amendment says.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized on floor amendment number 4.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Eckhart. We had discussed the funding mechanisms in our prior discussion. There is a grant program for counties $1 million or less. The 5 counties $1 million or more in the state of Texas, I believe, can absorb that within their existing budgets. All those counties have hundreds of sheriff's deputies, and the program itself is relatively minuscule relative to the actual operating budget of that sheriff's department. And so the focus of the grant money was for smaller counties to defray the cost because they had a larger percentage of their budget affected by a 287G program that they would be adding. So for that reason, I would oppose adoption of floor amendment number 4.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 4. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
11 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Senator Birdwell, your following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 5 by Birdwell.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized on floor amendment number 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment clarifies the Attorney General's enforcement authority under this legislation. The amendment clarifies that when the Attorney General brings an action against a sheriff for failing to comply with this legislation, the legal action must be brought in the district court for the county served by the sheriff. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I appreciate him working with me on this, and I would move adoption, Mr. President.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized on floor amendment number 5.
Yes, this just brings home to a local venue the enforcement provisions of this bill. Move adoption.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 5. Is there objection? Hearing none. Floor amendment number 5 is adopted. Senator Schwertner, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment. Committee substitute Senate Bill 8.
Senator Schwertner moves passage to engrossment. There is objection, or the Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1185.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1185 eliminates duplicative regulation. Currently, many boilers and autoclave cleaning devices used by hospitals to clean and disinfect medical equipment are heavily regulated at both the federal level by the FDA and the state level by TDLR. This redundancy creates a regulatory burden on medical facilities, manufacturers, and operators. Senate Bill 1185 provides that if a mini boiler or autoclave cleaner is already registered and inspected by the FDA and conforms to certain size requirements, it would be exempt from TDLR regulation. Members, this legislation does not relax any level of scrutiny that these devices receive. It simply allows TDLR to focus their limited resources on other necessary work. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1185.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1185. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1185. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1185 relating to an exemption from boiler registration and inspection requirements for certain boilers and medical equipment.
Senator Creighton recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Creighton moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Creighton, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move suspension of the 3-day rule.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1185. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1185 relating to an exemption from boiler registration and inspection requirements for
Senator
certain
Creighton, you're
boilers.
recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage of Senate Bill 1185.
Senator Creighton moves final passage of Senate Bill 1185. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Members, we're going to take up one more bill before we start a new legislative day. Senator Zaffarini, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1619.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1619 relating to the use of an epinephrine delivery device by certain entities. Members, this is a cleanup bill requested by the Texas Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology Society. It would ensure the law encompasses all FDA-approved epinephrine delivery methods, including current and future technologies, and help Texans experiencing anaphylaxis access to the most effective treatments available, particularly in schools. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1619. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1619. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1619 relating to the use of an epinephrine delivery device by certain entities.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarini, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1619. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1619 relating to the use of an epinephrine delivery device by certain entities.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of Senate Bill 1619. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Dean.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until 3:35, Tuesday, April 1st.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. The Senate stands adjourned until 3:35, Tuesday, April the 1st.